No, 18, 30 seconds. Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order this meeting of the West Palm Beach City Commission. Today is Monday, September 18th, 2023, and the time is 5 p.m. We will start this meeting, as we do all of our meetings, with a moment of silence, please. Madam President, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let me read out the rules of civility and decorum which govern meetings of this body. Officials shall be recognized by the chair and shall not interrupt a speaker. Public comment shall be addressed to the City Commission as a whole and not to any individual in the dais or in the audience. Displays of anger, rudeness, ridicule, impatience, lack of respect, and personal attacks are strictly prohibited. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistles, yells, and similar demonstrations should not be permitted. Please govern yourselves accordingly, as offenders may be removed from the meeting. In addition, those persons desiring to address the commission shall file a written request with the city clerk prior to consideration of the matter by the commission. The person wishing to speak shall complete a comment card for each agenda item the person wishes to address, which shall include the person's full name, address, and the numbered agenda item. And the person will not be recognized if the comment card is not completed properly. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, are there any additions, deletions, reorganization of the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. We will start off with a proclamation declaring September 18th through September 24, 2023 as Diaper Need Awareness Week. There are over 19,000 families in Palm Beach County living below the federal poverty line and who are in need of an adequate supply of diapers, wipes, and other essentials. Diaper need is a condition of not having a sufficient supply of diapers to ensure that infants and toddlers are clean and healthy. Diaper need can adversely affect the health and welfare of local infants. Whereas as of July 1st, 2023, diapers, wipes, incontinence items, cribs, carriers, monitors, strollers, and other infant and toddler essentials are now exempt from sales tax in the state of Florida. But even with sales tax relief, there are limited government assistance programs to aid in the purchase or provision of diapers and wipes. A sufficient supply of diapers and wipes are generally an eligibility requirement for infants and toddlers to participate in child care programs and quality education programs. Therefore, they are very important. And we are declaring September 18th through 24th is Diaper Need Awareness Week, and I will be presenting this proclamation to the Cotton Bottom Diaper Bank board members, Laura Olimpo and Courtney Palacios. Laura and Courtney. Address the audience?
Right here.
There you go. Yeah, right there.
Mr. Mayor, Commission, thank you so much. On behalf of myself and the board of the Cotton Bottom Diaper Bank, we are so grateful to be here today and to receive this proclamation. The city has been an ongoing supporter of ours throughout the years, especially through our COVID-19 efforts, where we provided and worked in conjunction with the city to directly provide aid to those who needed diapers and wipes during that pandemic. Additionally, Mayor James was honored us earlier this year, where he presented our millionth diaper, which was quite an accomplishment. So on behalf of ourselves and the 20,000 families here in Palm Beach County who suffer from diaper need and need that consistent, adequate supply of diapers and wipes, we thank you again.
Thank you for working with the community to address that need. So now we'll move on to a very exciting part of our agenda and our year. As part of our Highlighting Heritage initiative to expand recognition of our outstanding residents across the city, we've asked our city commissioners to select difference makers whose contributions uplift our city and add to its greatness. We started this initiative during Black History Month in February, and tonight we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month in September. So tonight, each of our city commissioners will present their Hispanic Heritage honoree who cannot be a city employee. I will begin with my nominee, who is Dina Rubio. Dina, come on up front. Come on down, as they say on TV. Dina and her family made the courageous decision to move from her native Nicaragua to the United States in 1981. She pursued her education, obtaining an associate's degree in interior design from Palm Beach Junior College and a bachelor's degree from Florida International University. Along this journey, she married her best friend, Juan Rubio, with whom she has shared 35 years. Dina's career in interior design spanned 11 years, where she not only applied her skills, but also learned the art of business. In 1994, in partnership with her husband, Dina acquired several locations of Don Ramon restaurants, where she oversees all operations from human resources to accounting, including payroll, purchasing, marketing, event planning, customer service, quality control, investment assessments, and sometimes even dishwashing and bussing tables. Working and living in the same city, Dina learned the importance of getting involved. She joined various nonprofit organizations that represent the best of the community, such as the Southside Business Association, serving now as their president, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Palm Beach County as an executive board member, the Puerto Rican Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and nonprofit organizations such as Aspira Florida, HICERA, American Cancer Society, Grandma's Place, and in 2019 founded the Latin Quarter WPB, serving as its president. She was involved with SAC of South Olive Elementary and is currently active with SAC at Forest Hill High School and is a member of the Norton Museum's Nestra Cultura Committee. Not bad, huh? Dina has also volunteered and served on several City of West Palm Beach committees, such as the Dixie Highway Revitalization Study with Mayor Moyo, Mayor James' First 100 Days Committee, and Mayor James' Racial Ethnic Task Force. Dina's journey embodies a spirit of resilience, hard work, and community engagement. She stands as a testament to the Hispanic heritage that enriches our city. Let us celebrate her dedication to West Palm Beach during this Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you, Dina. Come on up.
Thank you.
Nice pin for you, which is Mayor and Commissioners Highlighting Heritage Pin.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Okay? Thank you for all you do. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. All right, want to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for calling attention to all the Hispanic community in our town and for giving me this beautiful recognition. I love my town, I love my city, and I think we have a lot to contribute as Hispanics. Thank you so much for the recognition. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, we now turn to the commissioners, beginning with Commission President Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am honored to be a part of this opportunity to recognize the contributions, the many, many contributions of all of our Hispanic citizens. Thank you all for all that you do. I am also honored to recognize Rolando Chang Barrero. I asked Rolando for a short bio, and he sent me about 8 pages, but I'm going to condense it to just a couple. Rolando Chang Barrero is an American-born artist and graduate of the School of Art Institute of Chicago in 1990, where he was awarded a Ryerson Fellowship. Rolando Chang Barrero, born 1962 in Coconut Grove, Florida, currently resides right here in West Palm Beach, Florida. Rolando Chang Barrero, born 1962, initiated the rebranding of Boynton Beach Arts District. He is the founder of Art Synergy. Rolando is recognized as cultural creative by Art Hive magazine, artistic innovator by the Florida Weekly, top 10 visual artists in Palm Beach County by New Times, most intriguing people of South Florida art scene by South Florida Gay News, and Green Trailblazer Sun Sentinel. Rolando has served as an invited artist, as a facilitator for various critical racial and equity programs. He's a professional speaker, a visual arts curator, TV host of Hola Palm Beach Talk Show, the first bilingual arts and cultural television program in Palm Beach County, and media consultant for various news and entertainment outlets. Rolando is recognized by Palm Beach County as the best artist in 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. Best Art Gallery in Palm Beach County since 2017 by SFGN. Rolando Barrero galleries include the Box Gallery, West Palm Beach, Florida, Rolando Chang Barrero Fine Art Gallery, Lake Worth, Florida Activist Artist A Gallery in Boynton Beach, Florida. Professional lectures and presentations, many, many organizations and memberships and boards, so many that we'd be here for quite a while if I name them all. But he is the president of the Hispanic Caucus of Florida, the Democratic Hispanic Caucus of Florida, which is a very significant contribution, and thank you so much for all that you do to serve our community on so many levels, Rolando. Rolando is also, he was awarded the Muse Award, Outstanding Cultural Leadership in Palm Beach County, Best Artist in Palm Beach County, SFGN, Norton Museum of Art. He's done art tours. He's done so many things to help to support our culture in West Palm Beach. And he is my very good friend and classmate of Leadership Palm Beach County Class of 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in saluting Rolando Chang Barrero.
My name is Rolando Chang Barrero. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, it is with a heavy heart that I show up this week, but I wouldn't have missed it. I just put my father to rest, and I'll dedicate my life to being the advocate for people in need, as he was his whole life. And I will tell you that I cannot pick a better city since I moved here 13 years ago. I have met so many Democrats, Republicans, independents, everybody. But when it comes down to the Hispanic community, we all work as one, and it's only possible because of the leadership of the city. Thank you so very much.
Here, here.
Next, we will turn to Commissioner Ward for her presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the honor of presenting to you all Marisela Torres, who is the co-founder and executive director of the Esperanza Community Center in West Palm Beach in District 1. She was born in Michoacan, Mexico. She was 10 years old when she came to the United States with her mother and siblings, and she grew up in Northern California and experienced firsthand the hardships and challenges facing immigrant workers. As an undocumented teenager, she worked as a migrant worker picking grapes in California and cherries in Oregon. And in 1997, Marisela moved to Florida. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Organization Management and a Master's of Psychology, Master's of Science in Psychology, both from PBAU. Marisela believes in the power of education to transform lives, as well as the importance of serving others by volunteering in the community. Through advocacy, partnerships, and strategic fundraising, Marisela has successfully implemented community outreach events and programs to foster a community for West Palm Beach migrant families. Marisela has been featured in Latina Rebels, the Sun Sentinel, and the Palm Beach Post, and is a frequent commentator for community and immigration issues for WPTV, WPBF, and WFLX. Marisela sits on the City of West Palm Beach's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and she also serves on the board of Neighborhood Renaissance, a not-for-profit dedicated to building and supporting strong communities and diverse communities, amongst many other things that she has done and still does. Marisela is a doer, someone I've known working in the community for years. She doesn't let adverse conditions or events get the best of her, and she truly cares about the people she serves. It's my honor to present this award to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, and everyone here in this audience. I am so honored to be here today and accept this recognition. When Commissioner Ward called me, I was stunned and speechless. I posted a social media post today, and I said, pinch me, is this really happening? It's difficult to think back that 4 years ago, when I first thought about opening the Esperanza Community Center, I was so scared to even share my idea with my friends and family. But once I did, it took a life of its own. And what I have learned during these 4.5 years is that when we share our ideas and we stop being scared of actually reaching for what we believe in, others will come and help us. And that help and support has come in so many different manners and from so many different people. And I am a living testament to that. Thank you all so much for this recognition and for being here supporting the Esperanza Community Center and the work that we do. Gracias.
Now turn to Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Mayor, so much for this opportunity to recognize some of the people who make our city so special. My honoree is Valerie Nielsen. Valerie was born in Anchorage, Alaska, 4 years after her parents had moved to the United States from their native home in Chile. As a child, Spanish was spoken in her home, and vibrant traditions and values of their Hispanic heritage were celebrated. In her youth, she had the unique opportunity to live in Brazil, deepening her understanding of different cultures. She also pursued her academic passion, studying public policy in Chile and earning a bachelor's degree in environmental studies and a master's degree in urban and regional planning from Florida State University. At home, Valerie and her husband, a renowned Peruvian music producer, share their love for the Spanish language and Peruvian cuisine. In fact, it was amidst the breathtaking wonders of Machu Picchu in Peru that Jaime proposed to Valerie, sealing their commitment to a life filled with shared experiences and cultural appreciation. Today, Valerie Nielsen stands as an urban planning professional dedicated to the cause of multimodal transportation and the creation of healthy, sustainable, and economically vibrant communities. As the executive director of the Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency, Valerie spearheads initiatives that prioritize safety, efficiency, and equitable access for all users in our county. Henry Flagler realized that the key to developing Florida was a solid transportation system that connected people for both work and play. More than a century later, as we experience transformational growth in our community, not seen since that time, Flagler's visionary perspective holds true. As our community grows, the need for additional transportation solutions grows too. It's essential that we take steps towards creating a modern system that works seamlessly for the future and connects all neighborhoods in our county. This is a Herculean task, but with her extraordinary vision for shaping the future of transportation in Palm Beach County and her unwavering commitment to prioritizing safety and equitable access for all users, there is no one more equipped to lead this challenge than Valerie Nielsen. Now that I've compared her to Henry Flagler, I probably should just stop there. But over the last couple of years, I've gotten to be a good friend of Valerie's, meeting her on the TPA. We've been on field trips throughout our county and other states. We've been at airports in Palm Beach and Austin, ridden on trains, planes, and automobiles, plus ride shares, scooters, and bikes. We've seen Jimmy Buffett's private jet up close. We've danced with our county administrator. We've eaten more than our weight in barbecue, and we've mesmerized by the views in the air traffic control tower. Valerie is always a photographer, so we have lots of images to document all of our experiences. So today, I just want to say, Valerie, thank you for all you do to literally connect our whole community. I am so grateful to know you, and I am so grateful to be able to honor you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and Commissioner Fox for this great honor. I'm truly honored. It's a privilege to be part of this community, to be part of the Hispanic community, and to be able to be leading these great initiatives in such a special time here in our county, in the city of West Palm Beach. I really appreciate it, and it's also today is Chile's Independence Day, so viva Chile. Pero es un gran honor estar aquí y recibir esto con todos los otros líderes de la comunidad hispana. Muchas gracias.
And now we'll turn to Commissioner Peduzzi.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my honor to recognize Sergio Piedra, a lifelong resident of West Palm Beach. He attended Cardinal Newman High School with Commissioner Fox and me. She, of course, is much younger than we are, and graduated from the University of Missouri with a degree in journalism. Sergio has been one of my best friends for over 35 years. He was my best man, and I his. He is here this evening with his wife, Audrey, and his daughter, and my goddaughter, Sage. Professionally, Sergio is the Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy at Discover the Palm Beaches, Palm Beach County's tourism marketing organization. Sergio is Discover's longest-serving employee with more than 23 years of service. Although he's pretty much done it all, Sergio champions the county's tourism industry to anyone who will listen. Sergio is also the go-to guy for all things hurricane-related. He has led Discover's storm emergency team for many years, often working overtime when hurricanes are bearing down on our area. Prior to working at Discover, Sergio worked for the city of West Palm Beach. He was involved in the development of the Green Market and participated in the success of Clematis by Night, Fourth on Flagler, and many other city events. Sergio currently serves on multiple boards and committees and does a significant amount of charity work. He and his family are avid travelers and especially enjoy visiting our national parks each year. He is a huge fan of the Miami Dolphins, Miami Heat, St. Louis Cardinals, and the University of Missouri. Sergio is both of Cuban and Mexican descent. Sergio is one of the finest human beings that I know, and it is my privilege to recognize him this evening. Say a few words? Yeah. All right, here you go. That's yours.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, city staff, and everyone else in the audience, my fellow honorees, this proclamation, this award means the world to me. It truly does. The voice is cracking a little bit. I wasn't sure if you got the right guy or not, so, but I am deeply honored to receive this, as you can tell. And I am deeply honored to represent West Palm Beach when I'm out there promoting tourism to the world. This is a heck of a place to live, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you for recognizing everything the Hispanic community does for West Palm Beach. And I appreciate the honorees that are also here, and so many other people in the audience I know didn't know we're going to be here. So I guess they came from me or someone else. So either way, thank you, Joe. I'm deeply always appreciative of our friendship, and Christy too. We go back so far. So thank you. Muchas gracias.
And last but certainly not least, Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Today, as we come to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, we must shine a spotlight on an extraordinary individual who has played a pivotal role in informing and empowering our Hispanic communities in West Palm Beach. Myrta Luaces is a beacon of knowledge and tireless advocate for the Hispanic community. She has made an indelible mark through her exceptional work in journalism and media. Myrta's journey towards excellence began with a solid education foundation, earning degrees in business administration and multimedia journalism from St. Thomas University and FAU. Equipped with knowledge and a profound commitment to storytelling, she embarked on a career that would significantly impact our community. In the realm of print journalism, Myrta's words were a source of insight and connection for our Hispanic communities. Her articles graced the pages of esteemed publications like El Nuevo Herald, El Sentinel, and La Plama, the Palm Beach Post Spanish newspaper, and of course, La Guia News. Through her writing, Myrta gave voice to our community, not only to our Hispanic community, but also sharing the stories and joys and challenges of all of these families. Yet Myrta's dedication to informing our community did not end with print media. She ventured into the dynamic world of radio journalism, where her voice became a trusted source of information. As the news director for WPSP 1190 AM, and as the host of a groundbreaking Spanish talk show in the Palm Beach County area, Myrta demonstrated her unwavering commitment to keeping our Hispanic community informed. Today, Myrta continues her journalistic journey through her unwavering commitment to informing our Hispanic communities in West Palm Beach, and she remains unshaken in this adventure. As we reflect on the significance of Hispanic Heritage Month, we must recognize individuals like Myrta, whose dedication to keeping our community informed has been instrumental in shaping our collective identity. Her contributions as a journalist and community leader have empowered and connected us, ensuring that these voices are not only heard, but celebrated. Myrta, your work has not only informed, but also united and strengthened Hispanic communities in West Palm Beach. Your legacy is one of profound importance, and today we salute you and express our deepest gratitude for all you have done. May your journey continue to inspire for generations to come. Thank you for your exceptional contributions to our community, and may your light continue to shine brightly as a beacon of knowledge and empowerment. Please join me in congratulating and welcoming Myrta.
Thank you so much, Mayor James, City Commissioner, especially to Commissioner Lambert. I have been honored to receive this recognition for you all. Thank you again, and gracias.
That concludes this portion of the agenda. Congratulations to all the recipients, and again, happy Hispanic Heritage Month, everyone. Thank you for coming. All right, so we will now turn to the meeting agenda. First is consent calendar, items 7.1 through 7.10. Why don't we wait for a few minutes to let everyone who's leaving leave? All right. As you're leaving, if you could kind of keep it down, please. Okay, items 7.1 through 7.10, consent calendar. Any questions, comments on consent? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move acceptance of consent calendar as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 8.1, resolution number 218-23, approving an interlocal services agreement by which the city will continue to provide fire rescue services with the town of Magnolia Park for a fee. Chief Matty?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Johnson. The fire department is looking to renew our interlocal agreement.
Could you get closer to the mic, Chief?
Sorry.
Thank you.
The fire department is seeking to renew the interlocal agreement with the town of Mangonia Park for a period of 5 years. We've been providing services to them for 25 years, And we're just continuing our services to them. We run about 2% of our call volume is run in the town of Mangonia Park. And Rescue 3 and Engine 3 are primarily the service units for that zone. So I'll take any questions anyone may have.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for the chief? All right, thank you, Chief. Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, move approval of resolution number 218-23.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Chief. Item 8.2, resolution number 227-23, approving the above-ground design features, face of the city, for the 36th Street Mobility Improvements Project on 36th Street from Australian Avenue to North Flagler Drive. Mr. Valbrecht?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Let me just get this set up here. Okay, so for the 36th Street Mobility Improvements Project, this project started about 5 years ago, applying for a grant. FDOT took over the project in 2019 because of the fact that it has bridge elements involved in it. They've been the ones that have been administering all of the design. They will put the project out to bid and manage all of the construction of the project. The city will maintain 36th Street when it is finished. We did have several meetings with the FDOT design folks over the course of the last 12 to 18 months in going through various details, incorporating additional utility work that the city wants to get accomplished before the road gets redone on the surface. So let me go through the presentation. It's going to include bike lanes and shared use paths, which currently don't exist on 36th Street. There are going to be railroad safety improvements at the SFRTA and the FEC railroad track crossings. There will be 2 new pedestrian bridges that will cross over the Carver Canal that will be adjacent to the existing roadway bridge. ADA upgrades and sidewalks and curb ramps along the entire stretch of the roadway, including additional and supplemental adequate pedestrian level lighting for the entire corridor, milling and resurfacing of the road, as well as additional signing and pavement markings. Basically, the project's going all the way from Australian Avenue all the way to North Flagler Drive and all points in between. The typical sections vary from location to location. So from North Australian to just west of the Carver Canal Bridge, it's going to consist of this configuration with 10.5-foot turn lanes and a median of 12 feet wide, as well as shared use paths on both sides of the road. The pedestrian bridge over the Carver Canal is going to be basically a pre-assembled steel structure that's going to look similar to this, and one will be on the north side of the bridge and one will be on the south side of the bridge that connects to the shared use paths that are on the east and west side of the canal. The section east of the Carver Canal all the way to 36th Court is going to be 10-foot lanes in each direction with a shared use path, as well as the area along the side of the road with some buffer areas of sod for protection for the shared use path. 36th Court to Windsor Avenue is a similar design. It does have bicycle lanes on the street. The pathway is going to be a little bit narrowed down to 5 feet, which is going to be basically a sidewalk. So protected bike or buffered bike lanes on both sides of the road with the median in the center. That's basically what it is existing now. From Windsor to Greenwood Avenue, it is going to be 10-foot travel lanes in each direction, as well as parking on each side with a bicycle lane adjacent to the roadway and a buffer area between the parked cars and the bicycle lanes. The area at the Westview and Eastview Avenue intersections at 36th Street is a little bit of a complicated situation here because of its configuration, but it has been designed such that this is basically at the top of a hill. There's currently crosswalks on the east and west side of this. Those are going to be modified to have a mid-block sort of crossing here in the middle with crosswalks that transverse to and from that, and so there's, basically going to be school crossing guards at these locations before school is in session and after school when school is letting out every day. And so this is what the proposed configuration for this intersection is. From Greenwood to Pinewood, which crosses over the FEC railroad tracks, it will have 10-foot lanes with an 11-foot turn lane and an 11-foot lane in the eastbound direction, as well as buffered bike lanes on both sides of the road. And there will be some train signal modifications. The gates for the pedestrian crossing are going to need to be modified because of this project. And so we'll be working with FEC Railroad and FDOT on what needs to take place as far as any kind of agreements or anything like that for that. So the next section is from Pinewood all the way to North Flagler, which is basically the east end of the project. That's going to have 2 lanes of divided roadway, 10-foot lanes in each section, 5.5-foot bike lanes on both sides with parking on each side, and 5-foot sidewalks along the way. There are other issues or other things that are being addressed in this. It's going to include improved drainage along 36th Street, including at the intersection of North Flagler and 36, which currently runs into a curbed, sort of a flumed ditch into inlets. That's being modified such that it'll just be direct inlets so the water can flow that way without being obstructed by debris and things like that. Their signalization along the stretch of road will all be updated and upgraded, as well as the pedestrian level lighting. We currently have programmed in to have decorative lighting between the SFRTA tracks east to North Flagler, and we have a standard type of a lighting currently in the lighting design for the section between the railroad tracks and Australian Avenue. We're looking at potentially supplementing that with decorative lighting in that area based on some comments that we received from the public at the last public meeting. There was 2 public meetings held on this project that FDOT conducted. One was on August 29th, and the last one was on September 7th. And there was a number of comments that were made that we are looking to address based on that discussion that we had with the public. The construction start is expected to be next fall in 2024 with completion in the spring of 26. Total cost is about $8.2 million. The city's cost share on this is about $1.3 million for the upgraded sidewalks that we requested that they add to the project, as well as the upgrade to the lighting to provide for the decorative lighting fixtures and poles. There's also the next agenda item is related to this for the local funding agreement. So we ask that you please approve this resolution 227-23.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Questions, Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Kevin, and I appreciate the summary. You mentioned that one of the crossing needs to be modified. Can you go into that? Because I know we're dealing with quiet zones right now, and I think we've already submitted everything. We're compliant. So is that going to stall any of the quiet zone application?
No, it won't. The railroad crossing, FEC railroad crossing, we're actually adding in a raised curb median island on both the east and the west side of the railroad crossing tracks, as well as additional buffer area between the north and the east and the west directions. That will not inhibit the upcoming quiet zone establishments. This is going to be in addition to that. It's going to be an additional supplemental safety measure, an SSM, that goes along with the quiet zones. And that has been incorporated into the design plans based on our recommendations to the FDOT design team, and that will be in place when this project gets constructed, but it should not affect the establishment of the quiet zones, which is going to be coming up here in the next several weeks.
Thank you.
Yes.
Another question, sorry. And I know we were at the first meeting, but I missed the second one, and I heard it was really well attended. Can you talk about some of the comments that were presented to FDOT, and what exactly do you think will be addressed?
Well, one of the comments was the lighting. There was some concern about, we had two different kinds of lighting. We had the lighting with the Cobra head standard lights at the area west of SFRTA tracks to Australian. They wanted to have similar kind of decorative lighting. The lighting design is such that the levels of lighting need to be provided because of the geometry of the street. It's a much wider, wide open area. It needs to have the standard lighting to provide that level of required lighting, but it can be supplemented with additional decorative lighting to satisfy the residents' concerns, but we cannot provide the full section of that area with just decorative lighting because of the geometry of the road. Another questions that they had was the intersection at, let me go back to, that intersection at Westview and Eastview area. They had some concerns about that configuration of that crosswalk and how that was going to work, and the geometry of where the right turns go from Westview and Eastview. They will look at potentially modifying the geometry of how those things go, such that that can make some improvements. If they can work that way, they'll pursue looking into that. There was also questions about there wasn't a crosswalk provided at the intersection of Electronics Way to the north side of 36th Street, where there's a bus stop. They're going to incorporate that into the design. And there was some concerns about putting in landscaping, trees and things like that in the green areas along the road to supplement or to replace some of the trees that may be taken out because of the construction configuration. FDOT projects do not necessarily include landscaping in their designs. They do not support doing that. That's not part of their program. So if anything was going to be done in that regard, that would need to be done independently of this FDOT project. And sometime later on, if the city wants to look into how to be able to do that, that would be the only avenue that we could pursue to do any additional landscaping along this section. That was pretty much most of the commentary that they had.
Sorry, one more follow-up?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you. And I realize that you said 2018. Actually, they approved for this grant in April 2017, so I would not want to do anything to hold up, but given some of the commentary, so us approving this tonight, is there going to be another community meeting to address those comments, or how does it go if we approve this?
We could always, we should probably provide additional information to the community once we get done with the final design and just get their final blessing on this. But overall, the above-ground improvements are not going to really change significantly. There's just some little details that need to be worked out that will eventually be incorporated into the project. And we think that we can appease most of those comments that the citizens brought up to us on September 7th.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm pleased to see this moving forward. I do have some concern or question about the transitions. There was a number of different structures laid out. So there was a bicycle lane to a shared path use. There was 2 lanes of traffic to 1 lane of traffic and parking. Can you talk a little bit about those transitions and how that will be messaged?
That transition is based on, from where the blocks, configurations, and things like that go. They were separated specifically because of the configuration of the road and where it was appropriate to change from a multi-use path to a on-street bike lane, to go to 6-foot sidewalks, railroad tracks. Those particular locations were separation points. And so basically from the east side of the FSC tracks all the way to North Flagler Drive, it's going to be pretty much the same. Between the FEC railroad tracks and the SFRTA tracks, it does change a little bit in between there. And from the west side of the tracks to the Carver Canal, it's a different configuration. On the other side of the Carver Canal to Australian Avenue is a different configuration. So it's the geometry of the road, the right-of-way, that dictated that the different type of typical sections were most appropriate for those blocks of the street.
Follow up, Mayor?
Yes.
I know that when we talked about bicycle lanes and shared pathways in previous projects, there was some concern from the community just about when they cross the street, will they realize what's happening? So I presume there will be signage and information that will let these users know.
Of course, yeah. There's going to be a whole lot of new street signage that's going to be put up here, as well as the traffic signals and everything like that will be all updated to current standards.
Great. I have one other question.
Yes.
Thank you. The mid-block crosswalk, I couldn't tell from the photo there. Will it have flashing lights?
This one right here?
Yes.
Yes, it could have flashing lights. I don't think they currently are planning on putting those in, but we may consider doing that because that would probably be appropriate. This is at the top of a hill, so we want to make sure that it's going to be safe, and if it's necessary that we need to do that, we will certainly make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you so much. Kevin, I wanted to first mention about the trees. I think it would be wonderful if we could find a way to include trees, especially when we're asking people to use these trails for biking and walking. It's so hot. I was working with the sustainability department recently, and they have about 60 trees that they had purchased for the historic Northwest that we're not going to use. So that might be a plan that we could utilize those trees for this project. But my question was going to be, I've received emails about the cross at 36th and Pinewood, that there's, I guess, several crashes that happen there because of speeding in the neighborhood. So I'm curious if this design, do you imagine it's going to alleviate the speeding, or are there any other measures that we can take? Thank you.
Okay, on this slide it's a little bit small because there's a plan view over here on the right side, but basically we're talking about this area right here, which is the northwest corner of Pinewood and 36th Street. There have been, apparently, drivers have driven into this property and caused damage, knocked over trees and whatnot. You know, the speed limit on the street's 25 miles an hour. There's only so much that we can engineer out to try to prevent any types of incidents from occurring. However, in this particular case, this roadway is the through lane in the westbound direction is actually being moved 7 feet south of where it currently is. So this is going to be actually 7 feet further to the south, such that a car traveling in this lane currently is over in this area. In the new configuration, they'll be 7 feet further away, so the likelihood of them or the potential of them crashing into this corner is actually going to be reduced. Now, are we going to be able to prevent anything from happening? Not necessarily, but in natural driver behavior and in the geometry of the road, I think it's going to significantly improve that situation such that it will diminish the potential of those kinds of crashes happening in the future.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we do have a couple of cards. When I call up your name, if you start approaching the podium, Ross Harness and James Waldron.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Ross Harness. I live at 36 and Spruce, right along this corridor. Very excited for the project. I'm also president of Connect West Palm Beach. I'm here to say that our organization has communicated with several residents to live along this corridor to help educate and to sort of show what some of the secondary impacts of these improvements are going to be to the neighborhood. And I want to say that there is a ton of support for something like this on 36th Street. At one of the meetings, we even heard that somebody is afraid to ride their bike around this neighborhood, and they think that some of these improvements will allow them to feel that this is safe enough for them to finally use. And that was actually a pushback against somebody saying, why do we need this stuff? There's no bicycle here. It's kind of the build it and we will come mentality. I also want to commend Kevin. Thank you for bringing up all of the comments that were made at the public meetings. I think that a lot of them were legitimate, fair concerns that were had. I was prepared to come up here and sort of ask for a continuance, but instead of that, I think we should, bringing up to your point, Commissioner Ward, some sort of instead of a blanket approval, but keep in mind the improvements that the residents have brought up, especially some around the crosswalks at Electronics Way. I think that's really important. The kids are getting off the bus and crossing the street. I think that could really help. Plus some of the other stuff. Again, Kevin, I really appreciate you bringing all that stuff up. I just hope to see that this isn't the end of the road. I understand that there's a lot of work and people involved in just getting to this meeting, so I understand it's probably going to pass, but I do want to see some sort of caveat around including some of these very important updates that have been brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. James Waldron?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner. Just want to thank Kevin again for coming out and making an effort. I know he's a hardworking person, and we really appreciate that. James Waldron, by the way, I'm sorry, didn't introduce myself. It's my first time doing this. So president or vice president of the North Shore Neighborhood Association, and as well as the Coalition for Westfield and Echo Lakes, we all kind of come together, and for some reason, everyone seems to come to me and, want to talk to me about whatever concerns them on that particular side, as well as the historic area as well. People come and talk to me about that as well. We are for the project. I just, and I thank you for the updates. We just want to make sure this goes about being responsible and being good stewards with the, with the money being used. And that's Ross kind of stole my thunder. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's all the cards. Any other questions? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
I just want to, I will present a motion. I just want to say, I don't want to add that in, and I respect the commentary, but I do think that, Kevin, you'll follow up with FDOT and just make sure and keep me informed. I can help inform the residents that some of these items are going to be addressed.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Mayor, I move approval for resolution number 227-23.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Now to item 8.3, resolution number 228-23, approving a local funding agreement for the City of West Palm Beach and Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, and a three-party escrow agreement between the City of West Palm Beach, Florida Department of Transportation, and the State of Florida Department of Financial Services, Division of Treasury, for the city's participation funding of the 36th Street Mobility Improvements Project.
Okay, Mayor, Commissioner, this item here is basically to be able to execute an agreement with FDOT for the city to contribute their share towards this project, $1,275,000 towards our portion of the project. It will be a local funding agreement execution in which the city will pay those funds within 30 days of execution of the agreement, and there's also a three-party escrow agreement that goes along with that. So the funds will be deposited into an escrow account such that when the project is all said and done, if there's any funds remaining, FDOT will reimburse those to the city. If for any reason some of the design changes or anything goes on during the course of the project and the costs increase, et cetera, because this isn't going to go out to bid till next year, hopefully we do not have to come back for a supplement to this local funding agreement, but we feel that there's enough contingency in the number now that it should be able to get us to the end. So we ask you please approve that. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions? This item, we don't have any cards. So I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 228-23.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll now turn to item 9.1, public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 5059-23, authorizing the execution of a lease agreement between the city and the Cox Science Center and Aquarium, Inc. Ms. Rockwell?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners and Administrator Johnson. Leah Rockwell, the Director of Parks and Recreation. This is second reading of ordinance 5059-23 for the agreement with the Cox Science Center. Nothing has changed from the first reading. I can certainly go through the whole presentation. So the first reading of ordinance The first reading of the ordinance 5059-23 was held on September 5th. The first reading was approved by a supermajority of the City Commission. As we stated before, that a lease of a property of more than 5 years needs to come to you with 2 readings and with 1 majority vote. This is the second to meet those requirements, and it's ordinance 5059-23. So again, the resolution 10-4-22 made the legislative finding that the acreage, the 5.37 acres of the property adjacent to the Science Center, was not needed for city purposes, and declared the property surplus, and authorized the city to negotiate these lease terms. Again, the lease terms are for 50 years with an option of an additional 20 years, with the expansion of the lease area to be plus or minus 3.95 acres, totaling a consolidated plus or minus 10.5 acres. The schedule of this contemplates the completion of this expansion for 5 years. So the base rent is $100, as previously stated, per year. And then after 10 years, the lease will include other options. So the first is the endowment of the foundation is at least $25 million with an adjusted annual base of a consumer price index. The Science Center has budgeted and reserves for any required capital projects and determined by the Board of Directors of the Science Center. And thirdly, the Science Center has a positive net operating income in such year. In those circumstances, the Science Center shall pay 25% of the net value of the property as additional rent. Additional rent can only be used for capital improvement projects in Dreer Park, capital improvement projects for intersections and streets adjacent to Dreer Park, or such other projects or projects as suggested by the city and agreed to by the Science Center. So here we are with Ordinance 5059 for requesting the approval of the lease agreement between the city and the Cox Science Center and Aquarium, and authorizing the execution of the lease agreement.
Very good. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Lambert?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to staff. I'm appreciative to see the additional rent comments in here, and thank you to the Science Center for agreeing to that. I think that, you know, we've started doing things like that, like we did with the park, where we can use those funds to improve the surrounding area. And just also wanted to say thank you to the Science Center. I think that these improvements not only help the neighborhood, but help the city as a whole. It's a great attraction, and excited to have you in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none. I don't think we have any questions. I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 5059-23 on second reading.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5059-23, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, approving a lease agreement between the City of West Palm Beach and the Cox Science Center and Aquarium, Inc., authorizing execution of the lease and all documents necessary to effectuate these purposes, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.2, public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 5063-23, approving an amendment to the agreement for purchase and sale of 8111 South Dixie Highway between the City of West Palm Beach and Woodfield Flagler Venture LLC. Ms. Ferriero.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners, members of the public. Jennifer Ferriero, Housing and Community Development Director. This is the second reading for the agenda item and the proposed agreement. There have been no changes to what was originally presented at the September 5th, 2023 City Commission meeting. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take those questions now.
Very good. Any questions or comments? Okay, we do have 3 cards. As I call your name, if you begin approaching the podium, Matt Luciano, Rosie Gacas, and George Draco. Matt Luciano.
Hi, Matt Luciano, 372 Macy Street, West Palm Beach, also candidate, going to be candidate for District 5 Commissioner in March. I think this is this is a big decision here, and I think it should be on a referendum. We're going from about 30 feet maximum height to about 90. I think that should be a referendum. That's a massive, massive increase. I drive up and down here every single day. There's not one building that's over 2 stories. There's not one 3-story building below Southern. This is going to be about 8 or 9. It's going to be about 90 stories. It's just wrong for the neighborhood. I think it could have been a bait and switch thing where they paid $10 million for 250 units. Now they're getting 360 units. I don't know if that was in good faith or not. I don't know. It doesn't seem right. I don't know what the town's getting at. I just think it's wrong for the neighborhood. We don't need another, 300 toilet flushes down here. I know you're really good about Grassy Waters Preserve and the water flow and keeping us safe. I applaud you for that, and I think this is antithetical to that. We ever have another COVID situations and thousands of water bottles you got to give out, keep people safe. I don't think Howleys can feed more people like they did last time. They did a phenomenal job. Just think this is wrong, wrong for the neighborhood. I know you guys are all for more housing and housing. Why don't you just give the group a lot out Okeechobee Boulevard? Just give it to them. Because you're already giving away like, $15 million down here by this cut rate price when we could have had housing for families. The area is special because of houses. That's why they want to be there too. Because they want to take our specialness and dilute it. By more crowding, the schools can't handle it. It's just wrong. I'm going to go through my notes and see if I can add anything else for the extra 50 seconds here. I mean, all we're doing here is diverting we're allowing this group to get more and more wealthy. Renters never create wealth for themselves. It should be something tasteful like Casa Mara or Villages at Antique Row, 3 stories, very, very tasteful. I think all of us would approve that. And, for sale, let people own them. This group doesn't need to get more wealthy. Why don't they build on Palm Beach Island? I think a lot of them are from there. Let them get zoning approvals in Palm Beach Island. I think Palm Beach Island needs more affordable housing. We're working hard for our neighborhoods, keep our places clean. Let's see what else I have here. Schools are crowded. I think I touched on that. Forest Hill is well over capacity. I don't want to see we have homeless. We got the homeless too.
Thank you very much.
So why don't we bust them
Thank you very
up
much. Your time is up,
uptown?
sir. Thank you. Okay, Rosie Gacas.
Hello. Thank you, Commissioners, for listening. My name is Rosie Gacas. I live at 330 Lytle Street. I am not the only one incredibly opposed to this. I kind of got sideswiped when I went to a neighborhood meeting and found out about this. I cannot understand how you could possibly be okay, even though I know the law allows up to 7 stories. To allow 8 stories, almost 400 apartment buildings. If you live in that neighborhood, which I've lived there for 35 years, the traffic is continuously horrific. I think I wrote to every commissioner today. I didn't hear back, but I understand it was only this morning. Just getting to 95 from Forest Hill, Southern Boulevard, in the morning, in the afternoon, it's horrific. Forest Hill High School, the traffic around there at dismissal. Coniston Middle School, the traffic around anytime, morning or dismissal, is awful. Our neighborhood does not want something towering over them to that degree. And the new law that says anything within 1.5 miles, I could be wrong on that, but somewhere around, if that is approved, that density and that height, it opens up anywhere 1.5 miles in our area for anything like that to be built like that. How can we possibly allow that? Our schools are overcrowded. I am a teacher.
Our teachers, we hardly have any teachers. I know Forest Hill High School is getting ready to build a 2-story parking lot with classrooms underneath that empty lot that's right there across the street from Forest Hill. I don't know what we're thinking by allowing this to happen. We do want to see it developed. There's been talk for many years, I think 10 years, to develop that property since the city bought it over. We want to see housing there. We want to see mixed use. We want to see like some kind of little shop, some kind of little restaurants, people to go hang out there, like a little mini city place. We love what you did for Casamare. The neighborhood got together and fought it because it was going to be high-rise apartments there too, and it was shut down, and those developers did it to work with the neighbor. We would love to see Flagler Development work with Sena neighborhood and not build this monstrosity. Right across the street, the spillway is Tropical City Lake Worth, Courtyard by Lake Worth or something like that, another cute little development. Build, please build it, make it beautiful, make it to where the neighborhood can go. Maybe have, ice cream, a nice bakery, maybe a little shop, something, clothing store, boutiques, anything. But please do not build almost 400 apartments in this property to congest our road even more, our schools, and tower over our houses. I do not understand how the commission is okay with this.
George Draco.
Hi. I just purchased, I'm on Macy Street.
Please state your name for the record.
George Draco. I live on Macy Street. I recently purchased a home there 3 years ago. And I would not purchase a home if I knew I'm going to have a development of 400 new apartments in my neighborhood. And my main concern is water and our pollution into the sea. We, as of today, cannot keep up with sewage during these heavy rainstorms. We open up the sewer gates, and it's what I do for a living, and we empty in the sea. So this specific property, with 400 new apartments, that was designed for one-family homes at one-story height, is getting a dense development of 400 apartments. Where's all this sewage going to go? We get flash floods now of 2-3 inches within 10 minutes, and our houses flood. That's specific neighborhood floods over there. And we want to build more homes. How are we going to stop the flooding? Is there plans to stop any flooding from the neighborhood? Because all the sewage, the 8th floor is going to flush, it's going to come down to the 1st floor. And the 1st floor is where I live in the neighborhood. And nothing has been answered about this. Our infrastructure is not dense building. This is not New York City. This is not high rise. This is a neighborhood for one-family homes, and we want to put 8 stories there. They can go 8 stories in the swamps, and they could build 100 stories there. They're not going to say no. But this developer wants to take our infrastructure, my one-family infrastructure, and make money on it, make it an 8-story infrastructure. Because once they build that one building, the whole area is going to go up 8 floors. The whole area is going to build 10 floors, whatever they can go up to. So I'm very much against it, and nobody knows about this. All our neighbors that we speak to, this is the first time they're hearing about this. So we are going to go house to house to get votes on this, because at the end of the day, everybody here is elected by us. And by us being kept in a secret about this development is completely wrong. All your constituents, you should be reaching out and sending them letters. I want to build an 8-story home there, and see what they say about this. Nobody knows about this development. Nobody knows that our schools are going to be overwhelmed. We don't have teachers as of today to put in position to teach our existing students, but we want to bring another 400 students into our neighborhood. Who's going to teach them? Who's going to teach all these children? Who's going to take care of all the sewage in this underground over there? Yeah, the developers paid some guy to make some dream deal that, yeah, our sewage system can handle this. But it's not true. Somebody's being paid to come up with all these design things. These aren't done by independent parties, the infrastructure. This is done by somebody that's getting paid by the developer, saying, yes, our pipes are big enough, this is big enough, and God will not rain no more.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Freyo, can you remind us how much community engagement there was done in connection with this?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, if I may. Not only has the city done extensive community engagement from the onset of this project, from before even the invitation to negotiate was issued, we've done extensive engagement with the community, with CINA, with the different various groups. In addition to that, the developer, prior to coming here, presented this item and talked about what was being proposed. So we've done, again, on this project, more community engagement than in any other city-owned parcel, to my knowledge, or at least in the last 10 years. I also want to point out that what you're potentially approving here today, is simply in our proprietary capacity to make amendments to the agreement to reflect the concept plan. You are not making any regulatory approvals or providing any additional density today. The developer still has to follow the approvals or the requirements under Resolution 30622, which means that they still have to come before this governing body to get that density. You are not, again, approving density today. We are only amending the agreement to reflect the concept plan so that the developer can finalize all of the financing for the project. Again, that's all that you're doing today.
No, ma'am, we don't yell from the audience. Any questions? Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you, Ms. Ferriel, for outlining the community engagement. Can you also talk a little bit about the approval process or the discussion process at the city level about infrastructure, about traffic studies that are required, and the conversations that are had within multi-department conversations?
Let me get the appropriate party to answer that question.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Armando Fon, Assistant City Administrator. Yes, so the site plan process review requires different disciplines within the city to review the site plan submittal for infrastructure, the capacity for infrastructure, capacity for traffic, and those have to go through the process that Ms. Ferriel mentioned that we're still have not gone through yet once the full process is completed. And so, yes, the engineers for the developer will present the plans, but that gets reviewed and approved by city staff.
Thank you.
And there will be some workforce housing in this, right?
Yes, Mayor, a total of 90 units.
So perhaps even some school teachers who teach in the schools nearby might be able to live in some of the workforce housing.
That is correct, and the
is gonna be
developers have committed to doing that outreach, especially to the neighboring businesses and the neighboring workforce, to ensure that they have some sort of first dibs at acquiring or being able to rent some of those housing units.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Peduzzi, Commissioner Ward.
And just really quick, we don't anticipate any problems with capacity with regard to our sewage system, do we?
That is a part of the PPRC process that our engineering team is going to be evaluating. So if there's staff approval for that, then yes, we will not be anticipating that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you. And I know this has been a concern in other areas where we're talking about building heights. The comment about, we were allowing a certain square height here. Can you talk about the potential of the height in other surrounding areas for building?
I believe what was referenced was in regards to the Senate Bill 102, which allowed developers to get the same height and or density within a 1 mile radius of a specific site. That is not a law that the city of West Palm Beach has put in place. It is a state law, right? So it is not something that we have the ability to even circumvent, but I will say this, that it's not applicable to what is happening here. The developer is taking advantage of a different program that was approved by City Resolution 30622, which allowed for additional building capacity only if the developers were providing affordable or workforce housing on site. So that is not applicable to what we are currently discussing today.
Any other questions? Comments? It's all the cards. If there isn't any more discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 5063-23 on second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5063-23, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, approving an amendment to the agreement for purchase and sale of real property with Woodfield Flagler Venture LLC for the sale of city property located at 8111 South Dixie Highway, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.3, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5066-23, proposing a ballot question, which if passed, amends section 2.01 of the city charter, increasing a candidate's residency requirement from 6 months to 12 months. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. Kimberly Rothenberg on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. Before you this evening is an ordinance to consider which actually changes the existing residency requirements as referenced by the mayor. And in order to make a charter change, this ordinance, number one, sets forth a ballot question, and that ballot question is what the voters are going to consider in deciding whether or not the proposed changes to the charter, the 6 months to the 12-month residency requirement, will in fact be adopted. So if you approve this ordinance on second reading, the ballot language will go to the Supervisor of Elections, will be placed on the ballot. The voters in March will decide whether or not the charter should be changed, and if it is changed, then it would become law.
Very good.
One additional thing. One of the, I was asked what other jurisdictions similar to the cities does. So I looked at approximately 17 other jurisdictions that have a population between 80,000 and 150,000 residents. And of those jurisdictions, 3 had a 6-month residency requirement from the date of qualifying. Approximately 9 had a 12-month residency requirement prior to qualifying, and 2 jurisdictions required more than 12 months period, 1.5 years and 2 years respectively.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Commissioners? Okay. We do have one card, Sandy Makovich. Sandy Makovich. Okay, I don't see, okay, fine. I called her name, okay, she's not here, I'm not gonna wait for her. I mean, we're here. All right, any other comments, questions? If not, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I recommend approval of ordinance number 5066-23 on first reading and schedule second reading for October 2nd, 2023.
It's been moved, is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and second. Discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5066-23, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending the charter of the City of West Palm Beach, subject to voter approval, at section 2.01, City Commission district boundaries established for residency to qualify for candidacy. Reappointment, to increase the candidate residency requirement of continuously residing in the city from 6 months to 12 months, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.4, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5067-23, proposing a ballot question to amend section 3.01 of the city charter to prohibit the mayor's potential outside employment and limit business relationships. Ms. Rothenberg.
Yes, again, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is the second proposed ballot change. The process is the same as was previously described. What this proposed ordinance does is change section 3 regarding mayor and the duties of the mayor. Currently, under the existing charter, the charter indicates that the mayor is required to dedicate full time to the office of mayor, but does not otherwise limit outside employment that could potentially occur. So this ordinance change would prohibit the full-time mayor from having any outside employment, and would also limit any financial interests in a business entity that would somehow interfere with or cause a problem with the mayor carrying out the duties of the office of mayor.
Very good. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Belluzzi.
I just had a quick question. This would not limit a mayor from having an interest in a business, just an interest of a specified business that might interfere with his job duties as mayor, correct?
If it interferes with performance of the duties of the office of mayor, that's exactly what it would prohibit.
Right.
So, but if it does not otherwise interfere with performance of the duties, then it would not be prohibited by the charter change.
I guess the question is it possible to still own a business and not devote any time to that business? Or would that be prohibited or would you be precluded from owning an interest in a business as long as you still were devoting full time to the office of mayor?
What the regulation says is that if it impairs the independence of the office of the mayor or interferes with the performance of his duties. So as a hypothetical, if there was an outside business that a mayor was had a financial interest in, and you found the mayor there at that business during times that they should be at a commission meeting or otherwise engaged in performance of duties of the mayor, it would be a possibility that there could be a challenge that the duties of the mayor were not being performed.
Thank you.
President Warren.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. It has always been my interpretation that the position of the mayor was, being that it's a full-time position, would include this. Are we doing this now just to further clarify that so that it's not for interpretation, or what is the benefit of bringing this forward to the ballot?
Certainly the benefit is because as it's read, generally speaking, just because you have a full-time job doesn't mean you can't also have a part-time job. So as it's written, there is room for an argument that a mayor could dedicate full-time to the duties of that office and hold other employment. So it's not prohibited currently, as read, at least by me and others. And there's some case law that talks about the judicial branch, for instance, and their duty to their offices, and it specifically says that they can't have any other outside employment for that very reason.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
I guess my concern with this is that it may be opening up for, like, just going off of Commissioner Peduzzi, like say you owned a chicken joint and you went there for lunch and you happened to have a discussion with the manager there. Someone saw you and was like, he was doing business for 10 minutes and he owns 20% of that company, and then you have a complaint against you. To Commissioner Warren's point, President Warren's point, given that it is a full-time job, it was kind of assumed that that's your full-time job and you're spending all that. I feel like with this clarification, it's almost opening up the mayor for attacks if you do have a passive interest in another entity, for people to say, oh, they were doing, they talked 10 minutes or 20 minutes, and then it would come to us, and then we would be the arbiters to figure that out, whether a violation created, or how would that play out?
I don't see a complaint with regard to whether or not something has been violated by the mayor under the charter as something that's coming to you. I believe that it would be something that a citizen would bring to a court who has the authority to declare that there is a violation, and or perhaps through a recall petition or something of that nature. But there's nothing in the charter that says that the commission decides whether or not somebody violates a charter provision.
Okay.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we don't need cards. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move approval of ordinance number 5067-23 on first reading and schedule second reading on October 2nd, 2023.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5067-23, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending the charter of the City of West Palm Beach, subject to voter approval at Section 3.01, Mayor, to prohibit potential outside employment and limit business relationships, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign.
Nay.
All right. Motion carries 4-1. Thank you. Item 9.5, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5068-23, amending the city's elections code to require submission of documentation evidencing a candidate's proof of residency at the time of qualifying for office. Madam City Attorney.
Yes. This ordinance actually changes your elections code provision that's found in
Is
chapter.
your mic on?
It is on, and I'm going to move over to the podium because it's not really
Yeah, 'cause
working
it's-
very well. Apologize. I thought it was me not being close enough, but as I got closer and closer to the
better.
microphone, my voice didn't go up, so my apologies to you. This next item is an ordinance that in fact changes Chapter 30, that's your elections code, that tells you what elections procedures are to be followed outside of the statutory provisions that are mandated on local governments. In your charter, there is a specific provision that the commission may adopt an ordinance that specifically outlines the types of documentation and indicia that would be necessary for a candidate to qualify for office. So this ordinance, in fact, outlines the types of identification that a candidate for the office of commission or mayor would need to file in order to qualify for office.
All right, any questions, comments? There are no cards. No discussion. I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move approval of ordinance number 5068-23 on first reading and schedule second reading for October 2nd, 2023.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5068-23, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Elections of the Code of Ordinances, Section 30-1, dates for candidates to qualify for city offices, procedure for qualification, to add proof of residency requirements, providing for codification, providing for severability and conflict, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.6, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5070-23, amending provisions of Chapter 62 of the city's Code of Ordinances pertaining to the civil service and other related personnel provisions.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Jose Luis Rodriguez, and Commissioners, Jose Luis Rodriguez, Assistant City Administrator. This proposed ordinance change updates the Civil Service Ordinance, which has not been comprehensively updated since 1979. Since that time, there have been two major changes to the way the city operates. The first major change is that the majority of the workforce is now certified to be represented by unions through the collective bargaining process. And the second major change that has happened since then is the creation of the strong mayor form of government approved by the voters. So this ordinance will update current provisions related to civil service rules and regulations to align them to those current realities. Some of the most substantive changes that are being proposed is first to clarify that if there's ever a conflict between a collective bargaining agreement and a civil service rule or regulation, the collective bargaining agreement prevails. That's similar to language that we have in our city policies and collective bargaining agreements. The second clarification is to set forth clarify what the promotional
probationary period is, for new hire employees, and to clarify that on-call employees do not serve a probationary period. The third major substantive change is to clarify that the Civil Service Board can adopt its own rules and regulations as it currently has, but that those rules and regulations cannot be in conflict with the city charter, a resolution of this commission, or a city administrative policy. And finally, it also clarifies the process by which employees can appeal to the Civil Service Board their demotion or separation from employment and other disciplinary actions, to make sure that it's consistent with our current practices for those how those types of disciplinary issues are appealed. Accordingly, the staff recommendation is we respectfully recommend that you approve ordinance number 5070-23 on first reading today and set it for second reading on October 2nd.
Very good. Thank you for that presentation. Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Lambert?
Thank you. As a part of this process, do we inform or post this to our employees or our union leaders?
We posted as part of the agenda process on the website. It's also discussed during agenda review as well. That's how it's posted. It's posted the same as any other ordinance. The proposed changes here do not substantively change the current, processes and rights. It just basically aligns the ordinance so that it's clear, because there were those inconsistencies in between current processes, operations, and rules and regulations versus this older ordinance that hasn't been updated in over 40 years.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, there are no cards. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, move approval of ordinance number 5070-23 at first reading and schedule second reading for October 2nd, 2023.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5070-23, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida at Chapter 62, Personnel and Retirement, Article 2, Personnel Policies, Division 2, Compensation and Leave Policies, Section 62-51, Classification and Compensation of Employees, amending and restating Article 4, Civil Service, Division 2, Civil Service Board, and Division 3, Classification, to revise and clarify provisions regarding the classification of employees and the Civil Service Board, providing a codification clause, providing a conflicts and severability clause, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign.
Thank you.
Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.7, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5069-23, restating and amending the city's policy establishing expenditure of public funds for donations, contributions, and fundraising events to increase expenditures for events from $500 per event to $1,000 per event.
Good evening again. Kimberly Rothenberg. This will be the last time you hear from me on an agenda item this evening, unless I talk from over on this side. But this item, back in 1998 and then in 1999, the commission found that there was a public purpose to expend city dollars for certain contributions, donations, and fundraising events. And that ordinance amount has not been changed since 1999. And this ordinance is before you to change the dollar threshold value from $500 to $1,000 to look at the change in time and costs of events to you for participation.
Very good. Any questions, commissioners? All right, we don't have any cards. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, move approval of ordinance number 5069-23 on first reading and schedule second reading for October 2nd, 2023.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5069-23, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending and restating ordinance number 3253-99, which amended the policy establishing authority for the expenditure of public funds for donations, contributions, and fundraising events, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're now entering the quasi-judicial portion of the meeting. So, Commissioners, I need you to make your disclosures, please. And we will start with Commission President Warren.
Good evening, Mayor. As to matter 10.1, I have had ex parte communications with the applicant's representative, as well as I've received emails from members of the community. I have not conducted an investigation. I've not made a site visit. I've not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Lambert.
As to item 10.1, I have had ex parte communications with the applicant and the applicant's representatives. I have received written communications in the form of email from the community. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
As to item 10.1, I have had ex parte communications with the applicant's representatives, and both verbal communications and emails with neighboring residents. I have not conducted an investigation. I have made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox.
As to item 10.1, I have had ex parte communications with the applicant and representatives. I have received written communications from residents. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Commissioner Peduzzi.
As to item 10.1, I have had ex parte communications with the applicant and the applicant's representatives. I have received written communications from members of the public. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, nor have I received any expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made a part of the record.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you swear in all witnesses, please?
Would everyone wishing to speak on item 10.1 please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 10.1, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5061-23, a request by Harvey E. Oyer III of Schutz & Bowen LLP on behalf of Temple Israel of West Palm Beach, Inc., for a rezoning of the plus or minus 1.828 acre property at 1901 North Flagler Drive, generally located at the southwest corner of Pine Street and North Flagler Drive, from Curry Mixed Use District, Core 2 Subdistrict, to Curry Mixed Use District, Core 1 Subdistrict. Mr. Oyer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, Harvey Oyer of Schutz & Bowen on behalf of Temple Israel. It is my personal honor and pleasure to be here on behalf of the Temple, one of the longest-standing religious institutions in our community and in our county. Let me orient you to the site that we are seeking a rezoning for. It's a 1.8-acre property located at 1901 North Flagler Drive, which is just south of Curry Park on the west side of Flagler Drive. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I'd like to talk a little bit about the history of the temple, because I think it's an important part of the request this evening. This is not a land speculator, developer. This is one of the most integral parts of our community, seeking the same treatment that all of their neighbors have received under the zoning code, and for some reason they did not. And that is what we're trying to correct this evening. So let me give you a little history of the temple and its relevance and importance in our community. This year, 2023, is the centennial of the founding of Temple Israel, not only the oldest Jewish institution in our city, but it is the oldest Jewish institution in our county. I am joined here this evening by the co-presidents of the Temple Board, as well as a number of board members and members. So to give you a little bit of history of this,
and if you go back 100 years to 1923, not only was the temple founded at that time, but the gentleman on the left-hand corner of my slide, Joseph Mendel, who was one of the founders of the temple, was elected mayor of our city, which is pretty extraordinary if you think about what was going on in Florida and local politics in 1923. That's an era in which the KKK dominated local politics, Jim Crow laws. Really only white male Protestants could get elected to any office in Florida. But yet in West Palm Beach, which was a very progressive community, we were electing a Jewish man as our mayor, which was extraordinary in the history of the state of Florida at that time. Mr. Mendel was not only mayor of the city, but he was also one of the founding families. There were about a dozen founding families. Most of them were merchants on Clematis Street, one of which is here. I see Penny Murphy, owner of Pioneer Linens. I know everyone in the room knows her, but her grandfather, Max, was one of the founders, and her father, George, was the first bar mitzvah in Palm Beach County at that temple. And we're joined here by sitting county mayor, former county attorney, a number of leaders in our community. Why do I tell you all this? Well, not only is it a very cool history, but I think it illustrates the importance of this institution in our community, both 100 years ago and today. Let me also talk about what they do for our community. This is not just a religious institution. It is where the hungry are fed, the homeless are sheltered. For example, if you know what Cross Ministries is one of the largest food banks in the county. Cross stands for Christians Reaching Out to Society. I'm very familiar with it. My father was one of the founders of it. It was founded by the Methodist Church. One of the contributors to that is Temple Israel, a Jewish organization supporting a Christian organization to feed the people in our community. And they've done that for an awfully long time. Flagler Montessori School used to be housed for many years at Temple Israel. Many of our children, including my daughter, attended Flagler Montessori. Non-denominational, non-religious, serving the community, just like Cross Ministries. So this is an integral part of not only our community's religious history, but our charitable history, our educational history, and that is who is seeking the upzoning tonight. I'm not here on behalf of a developer, a land speculator. I'm here on behalf of these people and their history serving our community. So with that, let me talk about what the actual request is. So the temple is located at the extreme southern end of a special zoning district called CMUD. CMUD is an acronym for Curry Mixed Use District. And as probably everyone in this room is aware, this is the one part of our community that really has not enjoyed the same prosperity as other parts of our community in terms of development over the last 2 or 3 decades. Because it is occupied by a number of vacant lots, and a number of businesses in the Northwood area that do not have enough customers. The city in 2014, not the temple, not any property owner, but the city initiated the creation of the Curry Mixed Use District, which we call CMUD. And they did that in an attempt to spur development. And they did that by granting additional height to property owners, thinking that would spur the development community to arrive and build. You'll notice in the cross-hatching, everything, and this is a city map, I did not make this map, the mustard-colored area is the CMUD district. Everything in cross-hatching was designated a core property, C-O-R-E. Core properties were given the highest height, which at the time was 15 stories or 195 feet. Unfortunately, that didn't work. We went through really the post-Great Recession with cranes in the sky and development in every other part of our city except CMUD, which continues to collect litter and be vacant. So the city, again, not the temple, but the city initiated almost 2 years ago to this evening. It was in October of 21 that I stood at the same podium on behalf of other property owners in this district seeking a revision to CMUD to allow more height to spur growth. And we were joined by dozens and dozens of people that live in the area in support of that, and you all unanimously passed it. And here's what it did to the 2014 version of CMUD. It broke that mustard color up into a bunch of other colors. And I know this is a little confusing, but I'll try to point out the relevant parts of it. Everything that had been a core property under the 2014 version of CMUD was broken into Core 1, Core 1A, or Core 2. So it was broken into 3 subsections. Core 1 is the yellow with the cross-hatching, which you can see here and here. That was given approximately another 100 feet of height, so that can go to 300 feet of height. Everything in the lavender, which is here, was made Core 1A, which was given even more height, 150 feet of height, above what its prior amount was, which gets those two up to a 350-foot building. The anomaly here is at the bottom, the Temple site, 1901 North Flagler that I'm circling. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the only property that was a core property in CMUD that was not given more height. Well, let me clarify. They were given 7 feet of height, from 195 feet to 202, so I don't want to over-exaggerate, but while everyone else was receiving a minimum of 107 feet of additional height, up to 157 feet of additional height, the Temple received 7 feet of height. Even the other properties that were not in core received a height bump. Now, the good news for our community is it seemed to work. We now have a large development called Olara, which is directly across the street to the north of the Temple. This block is fenced off, under construction, fully approved. And you're going to have another project come in on this property that I'm circling. It's already been submitted, being evaluated by staff, and will go to the planning board for approval in the next month or so. You also have affiliated developments project just up the street. So you went from no projects for 25 years to 3 really good projects by good developers right now. So that's the good news. The bad news is the Temple is not getting to participate in this economic prosperity. This may be easier to view, I think, than the prior slide. This is a map that I made. Now you're looking in a different direction. To the right is north, to the left is south. Temple is the red one at 202 feet. 35 feet across the street, across Pine Street to the north, is the Olara project. So 35 feet away, this developer enjoys over 100 more feet of height. Even directly behind it, almost as much height on Dixie Highway. The Temple came, I did not represent the Temple at the time, but I was at all of those planning board and city commission hearings, and Marty List, who's one of the co-presidents of the Temple, was the president at the time. He attended every one of these meetings and said, hey, why can the Temple not get the same treatment as everyone else? And even some of you, as I recall, raised your hand and said, yeah, that doesn't seem equitable. Why are they not receiving the same treatment? The answer was come back at a later date and apply for it, and that's precisely what we're doing tonight, is applying for what all of our neighbors are enjoying. So this is the proposal to turn that red at the bottom into yellow and cross-hatching so that it matches every other formerly core property and being given either Core 1 or Core 1A status instead of the Core 2 that we were granted, which, as you see, the Core 2 is more akin for the western boundary or the interior, not for the Flagler waterfront. The request meets all of the standards found in your zoning code, which are found in section 94-32A. I'm happy to go through all these if you would like to, but I don't think these are in dispute. Your staff agrees and the planning board agrees. We enjoy the staff recommendation for approval and planning board recommendation for approval. And I would like to add a few other pieces to this, and that is you received a letter from Alan Sicklin, a very good lawyer in our community who is representing Flagler Point, the property owner adjacent to the south. And he raised, I think, 2 points. One is that the Flagler Point residents have not had an opportunity to really learn about this, and I'm going to dispel that myth in just a moment. And the second is, why are we not disclosing what the project is? Well, as I told Alan before, and I've told Flagler Point residents, and I've told all of you, and I'll say it again for the record, there is no project. The temple is not moving. The temple has been in the north part of our city for 100 years, 30 years on Broward Avenue, 2 blocks to the north, 70 years on this site. They're not going anywhere. The members that they serve all live in and around this area. What the temple is seeking is the same value that their neighbors received. As you're very aware, 100 more feet of development height adds a lot of intrinsic value to a property. Whether they ever intend to sell it, whether they intend to borrow against it, to renovate or rebuild a 70-year-old building to better serve their congregation in our community, there is no project. They have been talking to developers that they hope to work with to perhaps rebuild a temple on their site, bring back the school that used to serve that neighborhood, the preschool. We're in desperate need of a preschool in the north end of our city, particularly with all of the young families that have moved to our community. But I want to be clear for the record, there is no project. And if there was a project, it would have to go back through a public notice and hearing process. So that is point number 1 from Mr. Sicklin's letter, is what is the project? There is not a project. If there ever is a project, we will certainly bring it back to you. Now let's talk about the public outreach in general. Everything, so the temple property has the star on it. Everything in green are endorsement letters that we've received. And you'll notice that we have the property owner to the north and the property owner to the west. And if you go across Dixie Highway, we have property owners, commercial property owners up and down Dixie Highway. We have the Pleasant City Neighborhood Association, the Mary Place Association, and the only area that is not green, which is not due to lack of effort, is Flagler Point, and they have representatives here tonight, and you'll hear their point of view. We did attempt to meet with the Flagler Point residents, and I'm going to give you a timeline of that. So this is endorsements from the community for our proposal this evening. But let's talk about this, because I think universally we have support for this requested upzoning, but for Flagler Point. And I want to talk about this so you know precisely what happened. On April 11th, we turned in our application to rezone the temple property from Core 2 to Core 1. We immediately reached out to our neighbor, Flagler Point, recognizing that it would not be enjoyable for any of us to have a 300-foot building potentially next to your property. We met on May 11th. We requested to meet with their board. Instead, we were given a meeting with 2 of their board members and their general manager. We went through everything that I'm going through with you tonight. And we, I thought, agreed that we were going to make a presentation to all 400 of their unit owners so everyone could hear it. Now, did I expect them to like this? No. Did I expect them to endorse it? No. But I certainly expected to have the opportunity to present it to them. And that did not occur for 3.5 months, and not due to the lack of the effort of the temple. In fact, at that May 11th meeting, where I thought we agreed with 2 board members and general manager of Flagler Point to make a presentation to all 400 unit owners, we then went back and scheduled the fellowship hall at the temple so we would have a venue to do it, and we, mocked up an invitation and sent it back to Flagler Point for them to send out. We ordered fruit and cheese platters, all the normal things you do when you have a public outreach meeting, and then inexplicably we received a notice on May 18th, 6 days later, and only a few days before the scheduled meeting, that Flagler Point's board was unilaterally canceling the presentation to their full membership, to their full ownership. All the rest of the blue dots that you see here are attempts to reach out, or not attempts to reach out. We did reach out. It was an attempt to schedule this meeting with the 400 unit owners. And by my count, we did that at least 9 times. And I brought a photocopy of every one of those emails, which I'm happy to hand to the clerk and put in the record. And so if you do the math from the time we started until the time we actually got in front of their members, it was 3.5 months. So we went through the rest of the month of May, the entire month of June, the entire month of July, and it was not until August 24th that we met with all of the unit owners, or we invited all the unit owners from Flagler Point. And that was not only our request as a good neighbor, and a good neighbor for many years with Flagler Point, but it's also because your planning board was frustrated that this outreach had not occurred, and they mandated that Flagler Point and the Temple get together and talk about the zoning request. So after the planning board meeting, which was on July 18th, we reached out the very next day to Flagler Point and said, okay, you put us off for 3 months, but now it's mandated. Well, inexplicably, ladies and gentlemen, they then had a meeting where they voted 3-2 as a board to not have a meeting with us, which is incredible given that they showed up to planning board arguing they did not have the benefit of hearing what the proposal was. Folks, that's all we tried to do for 3 months was meet with them and tell them our proposal, and we were again blocked from doing it. So we did the only thing we could do. We unilaterally invited all 400 of their residents. We created an invitation, which is on your screen, a cover letter from Marty List. We sent it to all 400 property owners registered on PAPA. Unfortunately, I don't think they all got through to the residents because there's many renters there. We hosted the meeting. I think we had 16 people from Flagler Point in person and another 5 on Zoom. So out of 400, we had about 20 participants. And I just want you to be aware of that because I know the allegations in Mr. Sickland's letter, and no doubt what some of these folks will tell you this evening, is that we did not make ourselves accessible, and we most certainly did. I also have, if you would like to see it, we were asked by Flagler Point when we did meet with them to pay for and provide massing studies and shadow studies of both the current zoning, which allows an approximately 200-foot building, plus our request to go 100 feet higher to a 300-foot building. And we did provide that, and we provided it to your city staff as well, and it's in your backup material. I'm happy to go through it again, but let me tell you what the punchline to all of that is. And that is there's one truism that we can all agree on. Sun only comes from the south. Every day of the year, the sun only comes from the south. So a building built on the north side of Flagler Point never, ever, by definition, on any day of the year, cast a shadow to the south onto Flagler Point. Only a building on the south side of Flagler Point can cast a shadow onto Flagler Point. That is not what we were proposing. It also illustrates that there is a by right by the Temple today to build a 200-foot building. Flagler Point is about a 110-foot building. So if you live on the north side of Flagler Point and the Temple were to build by right at today's zoning, they're already looking at a 200-foot building. So their view to the north is entirely blocked by right under the current zoning code. So whether it is 300 feet, which is our request, or 400 feet, or 1 million feet, the view blockage is already there, and there is no sun blockage. So am I asking the folks from Flagler Point to love this idea? No, of course not. I understand that that is a tough pill to swallow. What I'm stating is there is no additional adverse impact that comes from upzoning the Temple property to match the zoning that every other property owner that was core has the benefit of today. I'm happy to go through those with you, but I can spare you a dozen slides or so because that's what it stands for. With that, Mr. Mayor and Commission, thank you for your time, for indulging me in the history story. I stand ready for your questions, and I would ask for time for rebuttal at the conclusion.
All right, very good. Before we bring staff up, are there any questions for the applicant? President Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Oyer. Do you know if this building has been, it was built 70 years ago?
The building?
Yes.
I believe, Marty, 70 years ago? 70 years ago. It's been renovated a few times since.
So it's not eligible to be deemed historic or?
I don't know the answer to that. I assume that the renovations might have altered its eligibility, but I'm not knowledgeable enough to speak on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? You have a follow-up?
Yes, it's actually not a follow-up, it's an additional question. I saw it on your slide, if you can go back one, please.
Sure.
There was a flyer that was sent out for a meeting that was held on Thursday, August 24th. When
Yes.
was this flyer circulated and people invited to August 24th meeting?
I'm sorry?
What was the date that the flyer was circulated?
August 2nd. It's the blue dot.
So
just before
approximately
it on the
2
time.
weeks prior, approximately 3 weeks prior to the meeting.
Yes, and I kept your staff informed, and I kept the district commissioner informed of all of this progression of 3.5 months of no opportunity to present to the residents.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant before we bring staff up? Commissioner Ward?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'm reviewing some materials that we were provided from a couple residents and talking about your shadow study. Can you talk about who performed the shadow study, what their background is? Did they chop any of the material, the images at all, or distort anything in any manner?
Give me one moment. I'll let someone competent do it. Yep, let's do that. Let's just pull it up. I think that might be easier. So I think your question is, who did this? I have no idea what firm was hired. There are firms that do massing and shadow studies, and I'm sorry, I can find out and get back to you. But I don't know who was hired to do it.
Okay, thank you. Did that, through your process, follow up, sorry. Sorry. Through your process, did you guys talk about any environmental risks or concerns for the lagoon at all?
No, we were asked by the Flagler Point 2 board members that did meet with us to perform a massing study and a shadow study, which we did and provided to them. We were not asked to look at environmental. We're not impacting the waterway that I know of, other than maybe when the sun goes down, it casts a shadow, and 15 minutes later, it's nighttime. So.
Thank you.
Any further follow-up, Commissioner? Okay, Commissioner Lambert?
Thank you. Since you have this slide up, right at the end of your previous presentation, you stated that with their current zoning, that they're allowed, I don't recall the number, the height, but that it would create no additional adverse impact. Can you describe that now that we're seeing this image in front of us as well?
Yes, ma'am. So I think this probably better illustrates it than me trying to describe it. So on your left is the current Flagler Point. It's about 110 feet in height. What you see in the middle is a massing study, not the architecture, not a design of a project, but if you build it property line to property line under the current zoning, which is Core 2, which is 202 feet, you can see that all of the views of Flagler Point residents that own a unit on the north side of Flagler Point are completely blocked. And what we put in here was Olara, and the reason Olara was put in is it's 35 feet away from the Temple property. So whether the Temple property is ever redeveloped or not, you still have a 306-foot building that's an entire city block. It's actually 2 buildings that are 306 feet high that are under construction that will be 35 feet away. So if you want to hold your hand over the Temple property and pretend that that's never developed and always stays the way it is, the Flagler Point residents have the identical problem. And I'm not asking them to like it. I'm simply telling you a fact of life. We then look the other way down Flagler Drive, and I think this illustrates several things. One is we shadowed in this proposal that we've read about in the paper. I think it's called the Ritz-Carlton Residences, and its proposed height. That's the project, by the way, Flagler Point should be concerned about. That's the one that would, in fact, block their sun. And you can understand and have sympathy for Flagler Point. They would be sandwiched in between 2 large buildings potentially in the future. But the other thing this illustrates is look at the character of this portion of North Flagler Drive. From the Olara project, actually from the north end of the Core 1 properties, all the way down to Good Sam Hospital, the character of that is already mid-rise to high-rise, And the few sites that are not presently high-rise, I would assert to you will be relatively soon. That's what the 1701 and 1717 project is taking some of those old one-story doctor's offices and redeveloping those. Why? Because the most valuable property in our city is the waterfront. And there are no single-family homes here. This is presently mid to high-rise, and I would argue that that will be the future of it very shortly. So to not allow the Temple to enjoy that same opportunity that I have a feeling this commission or some future commission is going to someday allow more height along that portion of North Flagler Drive is patently unfair to the Temple. Just like it was patently unfair to amend CMUD and give all of our neighbors in core 100 more feet of height. That's what we're asking to correct. Now, these are the shadow studies. I'm happy to go through them. Shadow studies are normally done at 9 a.m., noon, 3 p.m., and 6 p.m. They're done on the spring and fall equinox and the summer and winter solstice. And you can see, and we even included down at the bottom, if you look at the horseshoe shape here, that is Flagler Point. So we've included them and even shadows that could come from the south if the city were to ever approve the Ritz-Carlton project. And what it will illustrate is during certain seasons, whether you're at 200 feet or 300 feet, the shadow is always going to come from the south. The only property that the Temple site would ever shadow is our neighbor to the north and our neighbor to the west, both of which have in writing endorsed this rezoning request. So winter solstice is probably the most dramatic because that, of course, is when the sun is furthest away from us. It's also the time that the most people are here. So I imagine the highest occupancy level of the year at Flagler Point is going to be during the winter. And what you'll notice here is the Temple project, if were to ever be built, and this is at 200 feet, and we'll look at 300 feet in a moment, cast a huge shadow over our neighbor to the north. It cast no shadow on the neighbor to the south. Our neighbor to the north endorses this. What you'll see, the shadow that hits Flagler Point is coming from a project to the south. To the extent that Flagler Point even has sun, as you can see, it's a bit of a light well, the way it was designed in a horseshoe shape. Now, to juxtapose that against our request, this is our request, to go from 200 feet of height to 300 feet of height, core 2 to core 1. It's a taller building, but it doesn't change the impact to Flagler Point. The view blockage is the same at 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, 5,000 feet. It's the same. And as you'll see in the next slides, it doesn't change the shadow study. Again, the one fact that I think we can all agree on is the sun is always coming from the south. So no matter what time of the year, what time of the day, the Temple property, no matter how tall it is, will never, ever cast a shadow to the south.
Any other questions for the applicant before we turn to staff? Okay, let's hear from staff.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Linda Louie, Principal Planner for the record. So this is first reading of Ordinance 506123. It's for the proposed rezoning of the Temple Israel property. The subject property is 1.8 acres in size, and it's located at 1901 North Flagler Drive. It's also located at the southern boundary of the Curry Mixed Use District. So uses surrounding the site include the approved 306-foot-tall Olera mixed-use project located immediately north of the subject property. It's located within CMUD, and it has a zoning of Core 1. And immediately south of the property and outside of the CMUD boundaries is the 9-story, approximately 112-foot Flagler Point residential condominium. So the applicant is seeking approval to rezone the property from Core 2 to Core 1. which would allow the building height to be increased through the application of the district's height incentive program. So it's important to note that the base height within Core 1 and Core 2 is 111 feet, and the base height is the permitted height by right. Any additional height above this base height can only be achieved through the district's height incentive program. So each zoning subdistrict within CMUD has a cap on the maximum allowable building height, which includes the additional building height. So currently, under the current zoning of the subject property of Core 2, the maximum building height is 202 feet. The proposed rezoning to Core 1 would allow a maximum building height of 306 feet. So that is an increase in 104 feet. Again, this additional height can only be achieved by applying the height incentive program within the district. So just a quick summary of the amendment to the CMUD regulations from a couple years ago. Back in 21, the regulations and zoning map was amended to increase the bonus building height, and that was to stimulate growth and development within the district. So as mentioned, the additional building height can only be achieved by applying the height bonus program offered within the district. So during the amendment process, the original core subdistrict, which is outlined in red here, was split into Core 1A, Core 1, and Core 2 to accommodate the increases in building height. A massing study was also produced to illustrate the district and how it would look like at maximum building heights. So at the time the new subdistricts were adopted, it created a logical height transition from the core, which is the most intensive area, to the lower building heights to the edge of the district and outside of CMUD. So you can see the heights stepping down from 350 to 306 to 202, which is the subject property, to the 112 feet of the Flagler Point building. So this is an illustrative comparison, as you had seen in the applicant's presentation, of the maximum building heights on the subject property with the current and proposed zoning and in context with the surrounding area. So this is the mass at 202 feet in context with the 306-foot Alara building, which is approved, not yet built, and the 9-story Flagler Point condominium building. Again, this massing is shown at a height of 306 feet on the subject property, next to the 306-foot tall Alara building, next to the 9-story Flagler Point building. So just to quickly summarize the proposed application and regarding, what staff has seen and accumulated, staff has received a number of objection letters as well as support letters, and most of these support letters as well as objection letters have been included in your agenda packet. On July 18th, the rezoning application was heard by the planning board, and the board recommended approval on a vote of 5-1 on the condition that the applicant meet with the residents of Flagler Point to discuss and answer any questions on the proposed rezoning. And that planning board condition, as the applicant had mentioned, was satisfied on August 24th. So just to summarize staff's presentation, staff is recommending approval of Ordinance 506123, as staff has found that the proposed rezoning complies with the rezoning standards of the city's zoning and land development regulation. And that concludes staff's presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Fox and Commissioner Ward.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I know it was a couple of years ago when we talked about all the incentives, but I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about them. I don't think there was the slide that showed kind of what the options were, but I know that we were trying to have benefits for the neighborhood specifically, and so that the incentives would actually be benefit for the people that are immediately around the area. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit and remind us what some of those were.
I don't have a slide which has the incentives that's offered, but the district does offer a height incentive program. So basically, the developer or the project could achieve additional height if they were to provide benefits within their project that would benefit the community and the surrounding area. So for example, if the developer were to incorporate For example, the Flagler Drive Parkway system, which is a parkway easement for the public to enjoy, they could achieve an additional height of 30 feet. If they were to provide workforce housing based on its percentage, they could achieve additional height. So it's an a la carte program with, various options, and the developer would be able to pick and choose from the list of incentives.
And at this point, since there's not a project, there's no
Yes, that
description
is
of
correct. The site plan is not a required component of the rezoning.
Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Going into your standards, your application standards, I know there's been a lot of comments on property values and some of the implications. Can you guys go over what you review and whether, regardless of what height, there's going to be construction, there's going to be noise, there's going to be issues until something is built. But can you go over how you guys, find that it complies with that standard?
Yes, of course. So the rezoning standards are 8 standards which are located or provided in our zoning and land development regulations. And basically they talk about whether or not the rezoning is consistent with a comprehensive plan. In terms of the comprehensive plan, it is a mixed-use district. So, it's just the rezoning within the mixed-use district. It has been found consistent in that standpoint. Consistency with the development code, that is not applicable at this time because there is no site plan, so staff can't assess that because there is no site plan associated with the rezoning. Again, the site plan is not a required component of the rezoning application. Consistency with the existing and proposed land use. Staff has noticed that, as the applicant has mentioned, that there has been a lot of redevelopment activity within the Curry mixed-use district. We've also noticed a lot of redevelopment activity along Flagler Drive in terms of a lot of high-rises being built along the waterfront. So in terms of that, it is consistent. The zoning change would allow for high-rises. We saw that it was consistent from that standpoint. The natural environment, the site is already built. So in terms of the natural environment and protecting the natural environment, it's already developed. So the impacts, with a redevelopment project could potentially improve it by incorporating additional green space and so forth. Public facilities, in terms of level of service, that is analyzed at the land use amendment stage. This is not an application for a land use change, so theoretically there are, the rezoning wouldn't impact or have any negative impact on public facilities. But public facilities, in terms of whether or not the project will generate a need for additional piping or improvements, that would be assessed at time of a development application, so not at the rezoning stage. We also have property values. Typically, any redevelopment project would improve property values within the area. So in that sense, staff has found that the rezoning is consistent with the property values. What else am I missing? Property values, development pattern. Again, this goes back to the development pattern that we've seen with the redevelopment activity along Flagler Drive in recent years. So we do see that as consistent.
Follow-up? Any other questions for staff? Comments? Okay, so we do have a number of cards. Several people want to speak, and so I'm going to read out, I'm going to read out 6 names, if I can get you to start lining up behind each podium, 3 and 3. All right? Dennis Grady, Donald Burgess, Greg Weiss, David Smith, and Mark Bevian. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Roger Hork. All right, there's Dennis.
Mr. Mayor, who's the Mark? Can you try the last name again on Mark?
Barbian.
Thank you, sir.
And then a Roger Hork. Okay, so Dennis Grady, Donald Burgess, and Greg Weiss. Mr. Grady.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, Dennis Grady, 401 North Flagler Drive. You're going to get the old and the young from the Chamber of Commerce this evening. For over 36 years, I had the pleasure of serving as CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches, and over those many decades, had the pleasure of having a number of members of the congregation of Temple Israel as members of the Chamber and as active members of our community. The Temple's classification as the only core property that was not made Core 1 is just not fair. It's not right, and I think you all can reasonably see that that's the case. The Temple should be treated like all other property owners on Flagler Drive, which is consistent with what the applicant's representative and city staff has indicated, pushed us in CMUD, et cetera, to push that out, to get development, to make this happen in the north end of our city. Finally, I sat in many meetings in this room. I don't think we ever had unanimous approval of hardly anything. But from what you've been presented by staff and the applicant and the people you're going to hear, the majority of people you're going to hear from this evening, the overwhelming majority of people in our community support this zoning request change, and I urge you to grant it and reaffirm the Planning Board's 5-1 vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Good evening. The Chamber has already, Donald Burgess, President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches. I'm having a good day because it's the second time somebody has referred to me as young, so things are looking up. The Chamber has already submitted a letter supporting this matter, but I wanted to add a few items. Temple Israel missed out during the rezoning exercise in 2021 because, as we've been informed tonight, those amendments were too far along in the process. At that time, there was no indication that a height increase for the property would not be possible. Furthermore, it does not seem right for one property to be categorized as Core 2, while the others in the immediate vicinity were categorized as Core 1 or Core 1A. The move to amend the CMUD regulations was well-intentioned, and the city should be applauded for it. However, whatever the reason may have been to treat Temple Israel differently from its neighbors, there's really no justification now to leave things as they are. The request before us today is simply asking that all entities in the CMUD be granted similar rights. It is a request for fairness and consistency. Also, let us not forget that over the course of its 100 years in this community, Temple Israel has contributed much to the development of the city and the county. The rezoning request has received unanimous support from the Board of Directors of the Chamber, and we are asking this body to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greg Weiss.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. And I'm here as a resident of West Palm Beach and a member of Temple Israel. I live at 615 Canoga Drive. I'm just asking on behalf of our congregation that you grant us the same property rights that you've granted our neighbors, that you treat us in our synagogue the same as you've treated the folks around us. If you look even to the far north end of CMUD, you see they have higher heights allowed than we were granted initially. I mean, I spoke to Marty many times about this, and he had told me he had come to the meetings and asked about this and was told, well, wait, we've too far along, please wait and come back when you have an application. So we're here now, we're asking for your help and your support to just give us what everybody else has been granted in the immediate vicinity. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. David Smith.
David Smith, Gregory Place, West Palm Beach. We've been through a lot of these scenarios over the last 2-3 decades. There's nothing new going on here. Fair is fair. The study has been done. It's been done exhaustively. Properly view has never been a property right. The shadow studies are very clear that such a thing would already exist. So I don't think there's anything legally or ethically wrong with you proceeding on this request, and that I urge you to grant the request, and fair is fair.
Thank you. Mark Barbian.
Thank you, Mayor. You just pass them out to one-on-one? My name is Mark Barbian, and I'm a resident owner here at Flagler Point. I want to start by saying when I moved to Flagler Point, I was pleased to have Temple Israel as a neighbor, and I applaud their 100 years of service. And I guess I should say I wish you a good and sweet new year. In 2014, the applicant was entitled to 195 feet as a core property. In 2021, the applicant was given a core 2 right to 202 feet. There was no loss in development right, and there was no loss in value. Marty List, the co-president, has made it clear that whether the building height is 200 feet or 300 feet, there is no doubt that the temple will continue at this location. So this decision to rezone should not be cast as one to save the temple. They own a property worth tens or possibly hundreds of millions of dollars. So there's no doubt that the temple will continue at this location. So you might ask, what happened? In the 2021 amendment, we tried to fix, and Harvey said it best. He said, we're trying to fix a monolithic height massing along Flagler Drive with all the buildings being the same height. To spur the development in 2021, they codified a design that the community and the developers were looking for. The tallest buildings in the center of the development and the shorter behind Curry Park, transitioning to lower building heights as they connected to the neighborhoods. Now, Harvey said that, maybe we forgot about the temple. Well, that's not true, because we all know in zoning, it's not who you are, it's where you are. And the fact that the temple is on the end of Seamood, right at the end, that's why we have to have the transitioning. And this was very popular, and it was supported by a number of people. And let me play a couple of recordings. Whoops, wrong button.
Showed at the time, they demonstrated shorter buildings in the middle, getting taller as it goes to the edges of the Seamud district. That is the reverse of what your staff is recommending tonight. In fact, they want the height in the middle, stepping down on the edges. My client and I agree with that. You don't want to put the tall buildings up against the single-family residential or the lower-rise buildings to the north or south. So we agree with that change by the staff.
And then we have Rick Green.
And then again, we prefer to see the taller structures in the center of Seamud and transitioning to the smaller heights as you move north and south. We just think it makes more sense not to have the tall, massive building next to the smaller, and we'd rather see the taller buildings here. If he's going to scale down buildings, start in the middle and scale down as you're transitioning to a smaller height.
Well, that's Harvey and staff telling you exactly what they want to see. We want to see the transitioning to the south so that it makes a good connection to Flagler Point.
Thank you very much, sir. Roger Hork or Flork?
Hork.
Okay.
I'm Roger Hork, and Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm a member of Temple, and I'm also a member of the board. And I want to just talk about something a little different. We've talked about the fairness and all that for the last few minutes, but one of the things that Temple does, other than normal religious activities, is we have a lot of cultural and educational events. And as the community has grown, it becomes harder to attract people to come to downtown or to the near downtown area. And that's one of the things that Temple can provide to the city, not only what's in it for the temple, but what's in it for the city, to attract more people to come in from the further reaches of the county and the metropolitan area and have them come to downtown, and also hopefully look around, feel comfortable coming downtown, and feel comfortable about looking at the city as a place for shopping, for dining, and for other cultural events. So that's part of what this zoning will do, is give us the wherewithal to increase our cultural and educational activities. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to read off 6 more names. If you can start making your way toward the podium. Amy Jonas, David Bromenstott, I apologize for mispronouncing the name, Michael Onashansky, Jim Eisenberg, Cynthia McDonald, and Harry Kaufman. Amy Jonas. Amy?
Good evening, Commissioners. My husband and I joined the Temple in 1986. We moved to Palm Beach County in 1981. And for any of you who were there back then, the city of West Palm Beach and the entire area was completely different than it is today. Kravis did not exist. All of the cultural programming wasn't what it was. The Norton Art Museum wasn't that size, the Science Museum, etc. We have seen a very, very exciting and tremendous development and prosperity in this area, in the city, and it is thrilling to see what is happening today, that we can take advantage of this, that everybody, not just the immediate residents of the area, but those people visiting the area. One of the award winners today was connected to the tourist development and the Discover Palm Beach, that we can become even better than we are. Temple Israel, which, as you heard from our presenter, Mr. Orr, has been leading the charge in providing activities and social justice and programming for this entire area. And as a member of the board of directors and a longtime congregant who has raised their family there, I am hoping that we get the justice and the fairness that we're looking for that our neighbors directly to the north have, but also that Temple Israel can continue to be the beacon of light to the community, to add to the prosperity, and as Mr. Hork just said, to provide additional cultural programming and activities, whether it be a preschool that is so desperately needed in the area or other educational programming. The Temple is starting tot programming, which is a wonderful thing for you to attract workers to the downtown area with being able to bring their children there, that this is important, but also I know that as commissioners and of people who have really shaped the way our community is growing, you do believe in fairness, and you do believe that we should be receiving the same type of just treatment that other owners of property are, and that together, Temple Israel and the city can add to the growth and prosperity of our area. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I hope you support our application.
Thank you very much. David Bromenstott? How do I pronounce that, sir?
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor James. I'm Dave Bromstead, a Palm Beach County resident for over 35 years, and I've lived in downtown West Palm Beach. I'm here to endorse that Temple Israel receive Core 1 zoning, as other parcels fronting Flagler Drive under the 2021 amended CMUD zoning have been approved. I also think, in all fairness, that it should be able to go to the Core 1 size of 306. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Onashansky?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am a new member of the synagogue, which I enjoy.
State your name for the record, sir.
Michael Onashansky, Palm Beach. I first time hear this presentation. I was not aware it was a very good presentation. I can maybe suggest that I can be a witness of shadow research, because I live in the same position as a Flagler Point. Sun is always on the south, so there is no shadow forever from the building on the north of me. I am on the north side. I also believe that not only 104 feet of the development, I think we need to bring a new generation of people here to West Palm Beach, and it will help us, because if we learn from COVID, we know that a lot of companies, especially IT, I'm a information technology, working 50 years in information technology. The companies want to come to West Palm Beach, and by providing additional 104 feet we can bring a more talent to this city, which will help us to build on the future. Look what's happening in Miami. Look what's happening when you bring young people with IT, artificial intelligence. I think this will help the city to bring more talent. So this why I'm asking to support this application, and I hope it will be true what I said.
Thank you very much. Jim Eisenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jim Eisenberg. I have lived and worked in downtown West Palm Beach for over 40 years. For that same amount of time, I have been a member of Temple Israel of West Palm Beach. That is the formal name, Temple Israel of West Palm Beach. And I'm a former president of the temple. I've been meeting and worshiping on the site on North Flagler Drive for all that period of time. I'm here to talk about a potential building on Flagler Drive that we may have. And I say to you, knowing this area well, that I believe there are 3 locations of special importance to the city of West Palm Beach in its development. Going south to north, the first would be the Bristol condominiums, because that was the first one. That was the first one that was built on, tall one that was built on Flagler Drive, and it was a huge success. The second would be the building that is going up behind the Christian Science Church, and that is because of the location behind the church. And the third would be the Temple Israel site, because we've been here for so long. No matter what happens on this location, and again, we don't have any final plans or anything, but no matter what happens on this location, any building on the Temple Israel site will always be known as the Temple Israel building, because we have no plans to move from the location. We have no plans to move away from West Palm Beach or that location on North Flagler Drive. As Mr. Oyer said, Temple Israel is the oldest Jewish synagogue in the area. It actually is the oldest Jewish synagogue north of the city of Miami. As such, it of course is the oldest one in Palm Beach County in West Palm Beach, mostly on this site, at least since 1953. This year, as has been said, we are celebrating our 100th year together. Any new potential building Temple Israel would like to build, with the rich history that we have at this location, deserves the respect to be built at a height at least equal to its neighbors to the north. And in fact, any potential building with this rich history deserves the respect to be the tallest building of them all. Thank you very much.
Cynthia McDonald.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Cynthia McDonald. I'm a West Palm Beach resident on Georgia Ave in Grandview Heights, and I support the rezoning. I am a congregant, and I feel it's only fair that it must have been some kind of an oversight, and it needs to be corrected, and we can continue the work that we've always done there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call out 6 more names, and start making your way toward the podium. Okay. Kelly Schoaf, Paul Klein, Carol Klein, Jay Kreisberg, Rabbi Ryan Daniels, and then Sasha Ornstein. Kelly Schoaf.
You had called my name.
What is your name, sir?
Harry Kaufman.
Harry Kaufman?
You had called it previous.
I did? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and speak, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Did I give you a card back?
My name is Harry Kaufman. I'm a member of Temple Israel, and I live in West Palm Beach. And I want to say something that nobody else has said tonight to you. I want to congratulate you, Mayor, and all the commissioners for the most marvelous work that you've done to develop this city. It is unreal. Before I came to West Palm Beach about 14 years ago, I lived in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and one of my volunteer work was to be the chairman of the board of the Development Corporation of the city. And I know what you have gone through the last few years, and believe me, I don't think there's any commissioner or mayor that could do what you have done. And I want to congratulate you very much. And in regard to Temple Israel, it's only fair that you do what it is that wasn't done before, and I'm sure that you would do it. As they had mentioned, not only will there be a temple there, but there will be a preschool, and all these young people that have been moving into West Palm Beach have children, and they would be marvelous to come to our preschool. And also, we will have more cultural events that will help, whether they be Jewish or non-Jewish, and it will add to the community. Thank you very much, and again, I congratulate you.
Thank you. Now, Kelly Schoaf.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Kelly Schoaf, 516 26th Street. Very happy to be here tonight. And the reason that I am here is because you all will find this one day too, that when you leave office, you will have a very large stack of unfinished business. And I am a woman of my word. And I said the day I left the dais that I would be here to support this moving forward because our conversation was always to have a Part B. I'm very glad there were some conversations played from our previous exchanges on this because what you heard were the clips surrounding directly the Northwood Road extension where there was a lot of conversation about how buildings should be stacked to transition to the north end of the neighborhoods. The clip that you did not hear was the discussion of how Flagler Point creates an artificial cliff where there is no transition through the rest of the CRA boundary. C-Mud is only a portion of what the entirety of the CRA was. Our discussion at that time, being the Commissioner of History, our small history lesson was that we were looking at a phase 2 to address the entirety of what the step down would be from Flagler Point down through the rest of the CRA, which terminates around Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard by Good Samaritan Hospital. Setting aside any kind of development capacity, let's talk about community for a minute. 100 years of service. I've had the occasion to attend Temple many times at Temple Israel. I've been welcomed and amazed at the pristine condition of the grounds and the amount of investment and pride that is taken from the congregation in the upkeep of their buildings. I have no doubt that they will be good stewards of their property going forward and create an even better looking Flagler Drive as we go forward. Today's conversation isn't about a view. Views are not guaranteed in perpetuity, and I say this to you as someone who lives on the north end terminus of NMUD, where one day I'm going to be here in front of you supporting a project that will be overlooking my backyard because it will be built up higher than my 2-story residential neighborhood. But when I do that, I will do that with great pride because while today is not about a view, it is about a vision. And this vision is what's best for the north end. And so as we come out of Rosh Hashanah, the time of reflection, I think it's apropos that you all have the time of reflection today to make the decision that's going to be the new vision for the north end, which is more people, more residents, more developed economic capacity, jobs, neighbors, laundromats, facilities that will help us to support and maintain our economic diversity into the future. So please support us moving forward and help continue the vision that I started with many of you on this dais a year and a half ago. Thank you.
You still got it, girl. Paul Klein.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Paul Klein. I'm a member of Temple Israel. I've been a member since 1975 when my wife and I moved back to West Palm Beach when we were young adults raising our families. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said. I just would encourage you to please support this ordinance to increase the heights where we can be equal with the other condos. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for hearing us today. My name's Carol Klein. I live in Palm Beach County. I've been a resident of Palm Beach County since I was 7 years old, did all my schooling here, raised my family here, and my family has been a member of Temple Israel since I was 7 years old, so I've been around for a long time. At that same location where it is now, although it has gone through several reincarnations, but always at 1901 North Flagler Drive since I've been a member. One of the things that I really love about Temple Israel is all of the social action that we do and that we have been doing for many years and that we will be continuing to do for many years. It benefits West Palm Beach, it benefits Palm Beach County, it benefits Cross Ministries, because that's where I do my, my work with them. I go to the food pantry a couple of times a month and help hand out food for Cross Ministries. We're so involved in helping our community, and I just wanted to bring that out and hope that you take that into consideration when you make this decision, that you treat our property rights at Temple Israel the same way you do with all the other properties in the Curry Mixed Use District. And I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Jay Kreisberg.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Jay Kreisberg. I live at 2312 Saratoga Bay Drive with my wife Cindy. We are here in support of the Core 1 application by Temple Israel of West Palm Beach, and we urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Rabbi Ryan Daniels.
Hi, Ryan Daniels. I'm fortunate to have began as one of the rabbis at the congregation just 2 months ago, and so certainly the new kid on the block. I'm here, moved my family with Rabbi Carly Daniels to join this lovely congregation, this community that has been passionate not just about living Jewish lives, but impacting the world and everybody all around us, making this world better. We call it Tikkun Olam, the repair and the fixing of our world. We will continue to do that work here in West Palm Beach as a congregation, with our neighbors, with all of the people and residents of this wonderful area. And I thank you for considering our request.
Thank you. Sasha Orenstein.
Thank you, Sasha Orenstein. I submitted a card for general comment, not on the synagogue. Should I go back and sit down and come back? I understand that in spite of my incredibly Jewish name, you might think I'm here to speak of the synagogue.
So, it got mixed in. So that's for general comment then. Okay, all right. All right, very good. So I'm going to call off 6 more names.
I'll come back for general
Yeah, you
comment.
come back, okay. Okay. Rabbi Carly Daniels, Deanna Spritz, Gary Spritz, Thomas Pearsall, Don Carter, and Carol Mead. Okay. Carly Daniels.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I am Rabbi Carly Daniels. I serve as the co-senior rabbi with my husband, Rabbi Ryan Daniels of Temple Israel of West Palm Beach. It is an honor to stand here before you this evening on behalf of our community as we request that you approve the rezoning of our property. As Rabbi Ryan suggested, Temple Israel is a beacon of light in our community. It's what drew us here to West Palm Beach to serve and to move our family here, and it is what will continue to keep us here and engaged in this community. We hope that you will consider to approve our rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. Deanna Spritz.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Diana Spritz, and I reside at 1617 North Flagler Drive, That is Villa del Lago, Villa Lofts. I am here to fully support the Temple Israel in their pursuit of receiving Core 1 zoning. Just a brief, I have resided in Palm Beach County for 34 years on and off, so I have seen the evolution of Palm Beach County, and especially West Palm Beach. Under the 2021 amended CMUND zoning, all of the 2014 core properties were accorded substantially increased development rights, except for Temple Israel's property. As we are here today, Savannah Group has broken ground literally a block away with 485 unit mixed-use project called Olara. Those buildings will top out at 306 feet tall. Clearly, all the cards are on the table, so Temple Israel is asking for the same designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Spritz.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Gary Spritz. I reside at 1617 North Flagler Drive. And I'd like to say I've attended many of these hearings. I've gotten up to speak. And the one thing I've learned whenever an owner, an attorney representing a group gets to do a presentation, I have noticed that as long as the group presents the facts, the proper information, does all their homework, and works with the team from the planning and zoning group, everyone here works together and makes a fantastic, educated decision together. Some of the projects that come in front of you aren't slam dunks, or sometimes can be difficult. I'm in the construction development business. This Core 1 request from the synagogue is easy. They meet the requirements. They are part of the community where I live. I love the opportunity of knowing that this great development will just keep enhancing where I live. Safety, the security, many things happening here will be great for the community. But most important, with what's being built, with Olara being at 306 feet, other projects towards Curry Park and into Northwood are being over 300 feet tall. They are right at the Core 1 at the CMUD requirements. Thank you. I hope you do go ahead and approve this.
Thank you very much. Thomas Pearsall?
He left.
He left? Okay. Don Carter?
Mayor James and City Commissioners, my name is Don Carter, a 25-year resident of Palm Beach County. After living on the island of Palm Beach for 20 years, I seized upon the opportunity to be one of a core group of islanders to make the move to West Palm Beach when the city saw fit to allow the building of the Bristol, where I currently live. Throughout my business career, in which I owned the largest corporate consulting firm in the world, I have always been impressed by local community leaders who make brave moves that benefit many and begin a transformation that provides progress. The Bristol was one such breakthrough, bringing much revenue to the city that benefits a citywide population. CMUD clearly is another such breakthrough. I'm speaking not only as a longstanding vice president and director of Temple Israel, but also as one whose commitment to the community aligns best with our public service city commissioners. My name stands atop the building that houses Temple Israel at 1901 North Flagler, in recognition of a decades-long financial commitment to the institution and its service to the surrounding community. In this effort, I have given over $2 million unselfishly and with only faith and fairness as my doctrine of philanthropy. I believe that is the philosophy I share with our mayor and city commissioners. When the CMUD expansion began, I was disheartened to learn that the Temple Israel side of the street, which is a borderline on the map, was in my view left out of the height allowance afforded the interior CMUD properties. Even though at the time of the original hearings, Temple Israel was not considering a sale of its property, the unfairness of this demarcation line struck me as unusual. This is where the need for fairness in the mapping of CMUD comes in. Directly across Pine Street, only 35 feet away from the Temple site, Olara is rising to the allotted 360 foot height under sea mud. I respectfully submit that it is unfair to limit the height of whatever project we want to do while allowing all other Flagler Drive sea mud properties the right to a full height under sea mud. It will make a substantial difference in the funds to be realized by the temple from a potential developer to have the additional height to match our neighbor to the north, only 35 feet away. Those funds, needless to say, are critical to our ability to build our preschool and provide something just as important as restaurants, food markets, and retail stores.
Thank you very much, sir.
Education
Thank
for
you
the
very
young
much,
in
sir.
our community.
Thank you. Okay, Carol Mead.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Carol Mead, and I'm a resident at Flagler Point. It's my intention to address the application standard G property values. You found that this complies with the proposed rezoning. It is unlikely that the increase in property height would have a negative impact on the property values of the surrounding area. As referenced by our attorney, Alan Sicklin, in his letter to you from September 15th, which I gave you a copy, the Kenyon effect will have an adverse effect on Flagler Point values. The temple refers to the height increase in its effect on Flagler Point as insignificant and maintains that there's no impact on the property values of Flagler Point. Unfortunately, saying that does not make it true. It's very likely that a building of 306 feet immediately adjacent to Flagler Point will have a negative impact and perhaps a dramatic effect on Flagler Point values. There's no doubt that the temple project will take multiple years to complete, and during construction that there will be dust, dirt, debris, noise, and traffic delays, and this will have an adverse effect on property values. Yes, of course it will. It is quite likely that the values at Flagler Point will be adversely affected both during construction and potentially long-term. Ask yourself, would you want to live at Flagler Point during these 3 to 5 years of ongoing and consistent construction and activity? We have approximately 180 Flagler Point owners who are investors. About 45% of our people are investors, and they own multiple properties, 2 to 6. They rely on their income as investors and renters for their own personal sustenance. About 80 of the units that are on the north side, or 20% of that building, will lose views on the north side. And what's the value of a view, you say? Well, according to a study from Collateral Analysis Research in the state of Florida, an ocean view is worth about a 45% premium, and a lake or river view is worth about 15 to 18%. I gave you some graphics to show that and to show that research. According to Rob Berger, who's from doleroller.net, he said, I currently live in a high-rise building with a view of Biscayne Bay on one side, meaning that I had to pay a much higher price to rent my apartment. The difference in price for me was around 30% premium. So a 30% loss in an average rent of $2,500 to $3,000 a month equates about $825. Multiply that by 12 months, and you're at $9,900 or $10,000 a year per unit. At 80 units.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to read off 6 more names. Mara Sol, Fran Perchik, Marty List, Joseph Latucci, and Karen List. Hand them all to the clerk and she'll pass them down. Mara Sol.
Start? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. As a resident of Flagler Point for over 10
Please state your name for the record,
Yes,
please.
Mara Sol. As a resident of Flagler Point for over 10 years, we love having the temple next door and would like them to prosper for an additional 100+ years and continue to give back to the community. However, is it truly necessary to have the extra 100 feet when they were graciously granted the 202 feet back in 2021. I believe what the city was doing was trying to stay within the height transition principle of CMUD. Why this is being put aside is beyond my comprehension, with no regard for the residents of Flagler Point that have been there and paying taxes for over 20 years. We are merely separated by a driveway and a fence. I've attached pictures there. Maybe you should consider coming to the site to view the affected area to make a sound decision. We are quite aware the desire of the temple to have the extra 100 feet is simply for financial gain, with no regard to the original CMUD plan. How could you come to this decision at the May 8th workshop to go with option 2, which will put Flagler Point in a canyon between two towers at 306 feet, without one public community meeting to gather our opinion before recommending this? The rendering used at that workshop is complete disparity from what the area would look like. Rick Green also told you at that workshop that he was working with 2 developers, and he has it on a slide, one for the Temple site and one for the 1717 site. He identified the developer for 1901 as related. At the Temple Town Hall meeting in August, they did not introduce their developer. How can they consider rezoning an extra 100 feet in height without thinking of their neighbors? And not be forthright by allowing us residents have authentic discussion with the developer prior to this rezoning. I don't think that's very genuinely giving back to the community. The temple refers to this height increase and its effect on Flagler Point as insignificant and maintains that there's no impact on property values at Flagler Point. It's simply not true. That temple project will tower over Flagler Point. We are pro-development, but putting a 306-foot building next to a 111-foot building is just a bad zoning practice and should not be approved. Keep it at the 202 feet. I don't even understand why at these meetings or at the July 18th city planning meeting, the many supporters of the temple don't even live 500 feet from the site that's going to have a 306-foot tall building. I would think that the residents of Flagler Point opinions should be strongly considered, since we're directly adjacent to those parcels and will be negatively affected the most.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fran Perchik.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Fran Perchik, and I live on North Flagler Drive. The proposed the zoning change is not compatible with the neighborhood to the south, and it should not be approved. I'm going to speak to the handout that I gave you. There's a PowerPoint presentation that you have. This particular zoning change has serious environmental impacts to consider. So first, some quick background about me. Although I'm not speaking on behalf of the organization that I work for this evening, I do want to say that I work for a renowned environmental organization. My background includes extensive work on issues of incompatible development and impacts to sensitive ecosystems. My education is environmental science and conservation biology. Second, I want to say, I love the temple. There are congregants here and staff here that know that I love them. This project is not about a temple. It's a zoning decision for a potential huge residential tower. And if you decline the applicant, they will still prosper into the future. We want them to prosper, but we don't want a 306-foot tower next to us. I'm going to skip over slide 1, so I'm going to go to slide 2. That's a quick look at the buildings that are projected and proposed. That canyon that Flagler Point would be sitting in, that's not equitable for us. Also, the next slide, slide 3, that provides background information about the architectural designer, Multivision Arts, that did the shadow studies on behalf of Flagler Point. There's some information and background about them. They received the data from Palm Beach County's property website and the city's zoning information to create those light and shadow studies. And you'll see those on slide 4. So slide 4 shows issues with the temple's shadow study. The study at left is from the temple's justification statement. They have intentionally cropped multiple images into square boxes to mislead by minimizing the extent and length of the shadows and their impacts on the neighborhood and lagoon. The shadow study at right was created by Multivision and depicts the same data, same time, same date, and it shows the actual extent of a shadow from a 300-foot tower that extends across the lagoon. This has serious implications for the environment. We have many more study images that we can provide. And don't forget, this height would also put all of the people that run, that walk their dogs, that fish along the shoreline in constant afternoon shadow, and the neighborhoods behind the towers would be in shadow all morning and in darkness. Slide number 5, impacts to the natural environment. This is really what I wanted to get to. So the Lake Worth Lagoon estuary provides critical habitat.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Martin List.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Marty List. I'm past president, now co-president of Temple Israel. I've been involved in the conversation with the planning board in the city since the city started reevaluating the CMUD, the 2014 CMUD, in early 2021 before it was approved, as Mr. Oyer said, in October of 21. One of the things that I guess I should remind you, and I know when I mention it you will recall, that when the recommendations came in the negotiated process for the amended CMUD, there was a large property owner to the north where the extension of Northwood Road wanted to go, and he was not willing to accept Core 1 designation at 306 feet. He made a presentation for substantially higher property development rights, and through a process of negotiation, the city and the developer settled at 350 feet. Had that negotiation not occurred, CMUD probably wouldn't have been approved. And the conversation all throughout the time the city was negotiating with that developer and his council, I was making presentations asking that Temple Israel be afforded the same opportunity as all of our neighbors to the north, at least at Core 1. And I was told at that time it was too late in the process for us, but it was not too late for the developer extending from Northwood Road east. So we were told come back at a later date. I'm here tonight to ask for you to revisit the same request I made years ago. The Temple Israel be afforded Core 1 designation. And later, if there are any questions, I'm happy to come back with Mr. Oyer. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Latucci.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Joe LaFauci. As a resident of Flagler Point, the building directly south of the temple, I request that you please vote to approve Temple Israel's rezoning request. Not all of us are against. Temple Israel has been a very good neighbor to us, and I think we should be treating all properties along Flagler the same. The temple is no different. I want to see my city continue to grow and evolve, so please approve Core 1 zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen List.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Karen List. I've been a resident of West Palm Beach since I was born, 63 years ago, and I'm a lifetime member of Temple Israel as well. And I too am very excited about all of the development, and it's just really renewed the whole downtown and all of us who have made this their home for all their lives. And I want to repeat something that I really love that Kelly said. She said it's not about a building, it's about a vision. And I know we all share that vision together, and I hope that you support our request for rezoning. Thanks.
Thank you. Joan Schneider.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'm going to be very brief. As a new resident of West Palm Beach, if my house ever gets finished, and Temple Israel, I just want to thank you for creating such a great environment. About 15 years ago, I lived on a boat at the Palm Beach Yacht Club, and you couldn't even walk around West Palm Beach. It was really, you know, it was so dark down here. There were no people. What you have planned for the waterfront is going to really be great, and I think the Temple's proposal will add to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to read off 6 more names. Tim Marshall, Jeff DeVore, Suzanne Guinan, Michael Small, Georgette Mubarak, and Charles Eaton. Tim Marshall.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name's Tim Marshall, and I was asked by the condominium Flagler Point to come and talk. I'm a structural engineer, and I work for the building, and I also have extensive experience in dealing with, settlement problems such as that. So when they asked me to come out and talk about this, and I've heard that the 206-foot potential height may be extended to the 300-foot height, the potential damages and to the association's building need to be discussed. By increasing the building in the third in height, you essentially increase the weight of the building, therefore the foundation system has to be bigger, and the effects of the adjacent property could negatively be impacted through the vibration of the construction of the building itself. During the construction period, which will last probably a 2-year period, the debris, the noise created, the air quality to the adjacent property are all things to be considered. Not let alone the amount of drainage issues and also traffic created by the development. My personal experience with the downtown building, the Two City Plaza and the Canopy Hotel, built right next to the Two City Plaza. If this is put forth, my only warning would be to the is that certain developmental restrictions be put on the developer and also the general contractor. And what happened in that particular project, the developer agreed to restrictions, and then the GC didn't abide by them. So at the end of the development of the project, the open or the northwest quadrant of the Two City Plaza was completely degraded by the spread of debris, stucco, construction materials, and things of that nature. So there isn't just a long-term effect on this, it's immediate when that happens, and to make sure that the board when they consider this, to put development orders and restrictions on them as reporting and testing. I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Jeff DeVore.
Good evening, Mayor James. Commissioners, my name is Jeff DeVore. I've been a resident of Palm Beach County now for 34 years, a member of Temple Israel for 32 of those years. I had some notes. I was going to come up here and sort of talk about some of the legal stuff, being a lawyer professionally. But then when I came into chambers earlier, I heard Commissioner Fox mention during the presentations for Hispanic Heritage Month for Valerie Nelson, she used the word special, right, about why people in our community are special. Temple Israel is a special place, okay? We come as a member of this community and, as a congregation to do things, cultural things, social action, preschool, a place for people to worship for over 100 years. And really what this comes down to is just the temple asking to be treated like it has all of our neighbors, okay? I could stand here and say to you, I'm listening to people talk about, well, they're going to build a building and they're going to do this. The site plan isn't before you today. The issue is the zoning, right? Whether or not this ordinance should be approved. Temple Israel has been here for 100 years. It's a valued member of this community. It is special, just like our award winners today. And I ask you to treat us the same way, okay, that you would treat that have treated our other neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Suzanne Guanane, apologize if I mispronounced that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Suzanne Ganan, and I have the honor of serving as cantorial soloist at Temple Israel. I'm in my second year serving this congregation, and there are many reasons why I chose this as my pulpit and my final pulpit. Not just its rich history, it's also the vision that we were preparing to celebrate our 100th anniversary and then work together for our next 100 years. And most importantly, too, is our long, rich history of social action and working with the community and helping to serve the community and the relationships that we build with other organizations and congregations to do that work. And in that vein, as well as hopefully getting a preschool to meet the needs of all the children and young families that have been coming to our temple in recent months, I strongly ask you to approve the rezoning of the temple that we are asking for, and I thank you for your time and your dedication and commitment to West Palm Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Small.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners. My name is Michael Small. I'm joined by my wife, Ann Small. 53 years ago at Thanksgiving in 1970, we moved here. I took a position as legal counsel to the Palm Beach County Building, Planning, Zoning departments, the Zoning Commission, Planning Commission, etc. And shortly afterwards, I was appointed as a county attorney for Palm Beach County. The last 53 years of my life have been in building, planning, zoning, architectural review, and approval. We've been members of Temple Israel for the last 52 years, 4 generations of my family, my parents, ourselves, my children, my grandchildren, and it is a special, special place. But I only want to talk to you today about what is the subject here today, not whether someday in the future when a building is constructed, whether it's going to produce dust. It's not going to produce dust now at this zoning commission. Not whether we want something that we shouldn't receive by word of fairness, by word of compatibility, by any other concept in zoning. Right across the street from us, not 35 feet away, a building 306 feet is being built. Less than 2 blocks away to the south, another tall building, 306 feet, is being built. The whole area is evolving, just like South Flagler is evolving. This is what's happening. The last 9 years of my retirement, I've served as a member of the Architectural Review Commission for the town of Palm Beach, the last 2 years as chairman. So I understand a little bit about development. I understand a little bit about zoning, construction, approval, planning, and I'm asking you approve this, which should have been approved before. It is before you in fairness, compatibility, reason, experience. It should be approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Georgette Mibarak.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Georgette Mubarak. I'm a concerned resident of 1801 North Flagler Drive. And indeed, I agree that the temple is special. That's why it was given the 202 feet initially to be built. And the wonderful things that I heard can be done there, they can be done with that height. I'm concerned here and speaking about the item 10.1. A 306 tower does not conform to the IMUT end plan. IMUT requires a transition to lower heights buildings for adjoining neighborhoods. It is an eminent, imposing structure on our community. It's regarding, I'm gonna use my glasses. It negatively impacts our quality of life, eliminating our access to open air, sun field, and natural environment. I do agree that it's going to impact the environment, not only what's happening in that area already. We have enjoyed this quality of living, quality of life for over 20 years. I invite you all to go, please, to that area. I invite you to Flagler Point, give you a tour around. You can take a look, imagine. They talk about vision. Yes, vision, what's happening. That's what we also do. And the vision is for the whole well-being of the community. Not only think about what's happening. Projects are going to come up. Don't just talk about zoning or rezoning tonight because they already plan ahead what they're going to be doing. Don't you think so? Nobody's going to plan to buy a lot, not to build on. So it's not only the impact that is happening today as we speak, it's what is going to happen in the near future. Do not compare to the best neighbor. Also think about the other neighbors that are not so fortunate to live in a high-rise building today or can afford to buy it. Why compared to Olara? Why compared to Ritz-Carlton? Why not to think about the Flagler Point neighbors? Why not? We also pray. We also believe in God. We also wish a good thing for our community. I also vision a great community that will can prosper. Our property taxes went up. People talk about being fair. Okay, our property taxes went up. We pay taxes as a residents of Flagler Point and other residential buildings. Don't you think so? Yes. So that's also contributing. We also vote. So we have the right to be heard today.
Thank you very
and
much.
I wish you
Thank you very
not
much.
to
Thank you very
approve
much.
this project. Thank you.
Charles Eaton.
Hello, my name is Charles Eaton. I live on Mediterranean Road in Lake Clark Shores. I am a co-president of Temple Israel. I was born in Good Samaritan Hospital and have grown up in West Palm Beach, and I've followed the development of this area for nearly 70 years. Temple Israel is a valuable resource, not only for social action, but for cultural development in Palm Beach County. It's an essential part of this area's growth and redevelopment, and I strongly support the rezoning initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we're down to the last 5 cards. So, Alexis Lockhart, James Geiger, Terry Resk, Bernita Banks, Bill Nugent. Alexis Lockhart.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Alexis Lockhart, the CEO of the Police Athletic League West Palm Beach. I have my staff member, Ms. Asia, here with me. We've had the pleasure of getting to know and knowing for a while the Temple Israel through their community engagement and impact. And we found them to be great neighbors in the city. We stand with them in believing that they do deserve equal treatment with every other business that is on Flagler Drive, and we hope that you vote in support of Temple Israel. Thank you very much, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. James Geiger. Okay, Terry Resk.
Good evening. My name is Terry Resk. I have lived at 1201 North Flagler Drive for over 30 years. That's about 7 blocks from the property we're talking about. I have walked there countless times over the years. I have seen the area change and evolve in such an exciting way. I saw Flagler Point before it was there. I saw how it was at one point the monstrosity with 400 units that dwarfed everything around it and continues to dwarf the temple. Not only am I a resident and a neighbor, but I've been a member of Temple Israel since my parents joined in 1960. Despite my love for the temple, if it were even contemplating building across the street to block the view of the public, even with a 1-story building, I think some of you know that I would be here screaming against it. But that's not the situation. Nobody's view is being affected. In fact, not even Flagler Point's view is being affected. They've talked about their view, but if we were to build 10 stories, their view would be just as affected as if we are permitted to one day, or somebody is one day permitted to build 300 feet. It just doesn't matter. The only thing that's relevant here isn't my love for the temple. It's that additional footage that we're here for today. So nobody has really spoken about how that would adversely affect them. I don't blame them. I hate it when people use, leaf blowers in my neighborhood. So the noise will be intolerable for a little while. But that's not the point. The point is the incremental effect that this will have on them. Some people spoke about even a transition and how this should be a shorter building, so because it's going to be next door to that building. And yet they also spoke about being in a canyon because the building on the south of them is going to be tall. Well, it can't be both ways. It can't be both, a transition and in a canyon. And certainly if the building to the south of them is allowed to go higher, there would be no reason for us not to have that additional height capability just for one day down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bernita Banks.
Hi, Mayor. I guess you like to save the best for last. Hi, Mayor and Commissioner. My name is Bernita Banks, and I'm the Vice President of Pleasant City Neighborhood Association. I am here to support the Temple of Israel. With our vast growing city community, it would be ideal for the temple to receive equal, if not more, airspace to continue to do what they do, and that's to serve the people. They are truly a pillar of the community. Being stationary about 70 years and being in the community for roughly a century, I don't see how the city couldn't or wouldn't give them airspace to continue to serve the community. The developers are being here, and they're building skyscrapers all around us. And I guess it's because it's okay, because their money is being put in the right pockets. But if anyone was concerned about shadows, nature, or even environmental, these high-rises would not be being built as we speak, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. But this is no longer Palm Beach, the retirement city. This is Palm Beach, a place you want to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Bill Nugent.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners. Nice to see you all. Hopefully, Ms. Banks will accept that it's best saved for last. I would just like to say, and I've heard, I think, one other person mention it, that it's instructive on nights like tonight, where you have two groups of people that have differing points of view. It's instructive to really take a look at what's being considered tonight. And indeed, what is being considered tonight is not a building, is not a project. What's being considered tonight is taking another look at zoning, a zoning that's part of a vision that this city commission, especially if you consider that former Commissioner Schoaf is still here, that vision continues to be embraced. I'm guessing that at least a few of you tonight, in sitting here listening to things, probably have said to yourself, I wish the temple had been included in this when we did the original vote on this, because then what is right and is a part of the vision that we adopted would already have been voted on. That vision has already been shown to take land, businesses, economic opportunity, and it's borne fruit already because you guys embraced a vision that made sense. You've heard a few people say it tonight, Mr. Oyer, Mr. List. I was at the meetings where you guys heard the testimony, took the votes, and indeed, the point was raised. And it was my impression in listening to the deliberations of the City Commission that there was a recognition that, yeah, maybe something administratively occurred here, and we probably should be voting on the temple as well. And I walked away with the impression that the right thing was going to be done and that the temple was going to be treated fairly and justly like all the rest of the property that had received the upgrade in zoning. It's been a good thing for the city of West Palm Beach, and it will continue to be. I hope very much that you will do the right thing and support and vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I do have several cards here that did not wish to speak, but they wanted their comments to be made part of the record. So Roberta Serino supports Temple Israel. Ellen Goldenson, I support Temple Israel's request to gain the additional footage for their proposed building. It will in no way detract from the neighbors' views. Isabel Lucas, Temple Israel with its members will help to up the area it is on. The neighborhood is improving. The temple's presence will help. Terry Small, I support the variance for Temple Israel, as Temple Israel has been a strong supporter of the Palm Beach communities. As it is located in West Palm Beach, it is an important focal point for the community. The delivery of multitude of services has through the contributions of Temple Israel through the years, okay? Linda Hirsch, I fully support the city approving the zoning variance because our property is entitled to the same treatment as the other new construction in the area is receiving. It is almost 100 years old. Temple Israel has been an important supporter of our neighborhood and will continue to be so. Bernie Governman, support Temple Israel. Barbara Brazel, I support Temple Israel zoning. Georgine Eisenberg, I support Temple Israel's rezoning. Ann Small, in favor of 10.1 for Temple Israel. Cindy Kreisberg, support Temple Israel and the zoning. Lisa Silver and Irv Silver, we support Temple Israel rezoning. Jane Cowan, 303 feet does not match neighborhood. 202 feet is CMUD approved. Vote no to application. Fred Weissman, I support Temple Israel rezoning. Tamika Graham, I support Temple Israel rezoning. Howard Berman, I support Temple Israel rezoning. Patrick McGeaney, who is president of the Lofts and board member of VDL Condo Association. I want to express my personal endorsement that the Temple Israel receive Core 1 zoning, as did all other parcels fronting Flagler Drive received in 2021. Under the 2021 amended CMUD zoning, all the 2014 core properties were accorded substantially increased development rights except for Temple Israel's property. Specifically, all Core 1 properties received the opportunity to increase development heights from 195 feet under the 2014 CMUD to 306 feet under the amended CMUD. That's an increase of 111 feet. Temple Israel property should, in all fairness, be granted the same designation. This project will be great for our neighborhood and will add value to projects close to this project. Margaret Kaufman, I wish to support the Temple Israel property rezoning for the height of all the other properties surrounding us. Okay, it's all the cards. Mr. Warrior, you reserve some time for rebuttal. Do you want to take that time?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, just for a moment, because I think there were several important points raised that I'd like to address. And I want to thank everyone who has spent so much time tonight addressing this. This is, the democratic process in action. But I want to go back and speak to, I didn't get his last name, but Mark, the gentleman who played the recording of my voice and Rick Green's voice talking about transitions. I want to explain what that was, because that was not talking about the south end of CMUD. In fact, there was very little discussion, if any, about the south end of CMUD, because the south end of CMUD all the way to the hospital is already high-rise and mid-rise buildings with a few exceptions. What all of that discussion was about, and many of you recall, it was about the north end of CMUD, where it addresses single-family, historically designated neighborhood called Northwood Shores. So all of that discussion about transition was in reference to how do you go from 350 feet on Jeff Green's property to a single-family home built in the 1920s. So I want to clarify that was taken out of context. I also want to add to that, the property, Flagler Point, which is not in CMUD, could come to you today under an RPD and get a height waiver for unlimited height, whatever three of you would be willing to approve. The project next door to them, to the south, the Ritz-Carlton project, if it becomes part of CMUD, if CMUD is extended south, no doubt that'll be a Core 1 property. In fact, I would imagine that your staff would recommend Core 1 all the way down to the hospital. There are no single-family homes being affected. All of those properties, for the most part, run through Dixie Highway. So that would leave the Temple as the only non-Core 1 property from Jeff Green's property all the way to the hospital. That perfectly illustrates the point that we're trying to make. And let's say you don't extend the CMUD boundary south. I guarantee you that a smart lawyer can come in here and convince a city commission in the future that with the right project, the right architecture, the right support from the neighbors, you're going to get more than 300 feet of height. And that is the reality of the future of North Flagler Drive. So, let's be cognizant of what can occur there under the existing code today and what is likely to occur there should the CMUD boundaries be moved south. The other two important points that I thought were raised is the assertion that the properties in this area would be devalued. That flies in the face of every study I've ever brought in front of you in the past. If they have a study to support this, I think they should introduce it into evidence. But there's been no evidence to support the proposition that anyone would have their property devalued. In fact, it's the reverse of that. We call it the Bristol effect. But I can point to a number of examples in this community and communities all over America. And you've been provided with those reports, for example, on the Frisbee project. If you recall, those are two 365-foot buildings approved, and we demonstrated that the effect of a project like that raises the value in the neighborhood. If you look at our green dots, which is our support in Flagler Point, those are some of those 45% investors. I think Mrs. Mead suggested that 45% of their unit owners are investors. Our 6 or 7 green dots of support are from those investors who emphatically say, you are increasing the value of my investment. So I want to clarify what the Bristol effect is. There would be no diminution in the value of Flagler Point. In fact, there would be an increase in the value of Flagler Point, and I'd like to see evidence otherwise. The third important point that I think was raised by the opponents of the rezoning tonight was the engineer that they brought forward on protecting the building integrity of their building. I absolutely agree with that. In fact, when we had our one and only meeting with the 2 board members and general manager, the first words out of my mouth after hello and it's a pleasure to meet you is, you have our word at the Temple that if there ever is a project constructed on the Temple site in the future, we will do a baseline study of Flagler Point to know what condition it is in structurally. We will put seismic monitoring there. We will have alarms that ding on the general manager's app and the board president's app if the building shakes. That is standard operating procedure in the construction of any high-rise building. I will point you to the 25-story One Flagler project that is going behind First Church of Christ Scientists. It is 10 feet away. It is 10 feet away. First Church of Christ Scientists is built on top of wood pilings. It doesn't even have a masonry structure underneath it. And so this is how construction is done in New York City, Boston, London, Paris, how we do it in West Palm Beach. I assure you that the Temple would only allow construction that protected Flagler Point and all of our neighboring buildings. And I think that's an important point to bring up. So with that, I don't want to belabor this. You've had, I think, 39 speakers by my count, 34 of which were in favor. And Mr. Mayor, you read probably 15 or 20 more cards, all but one were in favor. I think we've demonstrated the support necessary to earn your support tonight. So with that, I will conclude unless you have questions, and thank you for your time, consideration, and public service.
No, you can sit down, Mr. Warrior. Madam City Attorney, will you please remind us of the standards that we are to apply in this quasi-judicial proceeding?
Yes, Mayor, and I'm going to come down to the working microphone to do so.
We see you there.
Yeah. Before you is an application for rezoning. It's applicable to a single parcel and is subject to review by the commission in its quasi-judicial capacity as opposed to its legislative capacity. That requires that this commission apply the correct law and base its decision on competent and substantial evidence. I passed out to each of you 94-32. You have all of the standards that are applicable. You heard the evidence. You will apply the evidence that you heard to the standards. The property owner has the burden to prove that its application meets the standards of the cited land development regulations. You're not permitted to take into consideration public sentiment of the popularity or the unpopularity of the particular
application before you, but rather whether or not there's sufficient evidence to support ruling in favor of, or if it's lacking evidence for denial of the zoning application. With that, I'm available for additional questions, but in general, that is the standard to apply this evening.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments, commissioners? Commissioner Peduzzi?
Just a brief comment, Mayor. Mr. Oyer hit on it, exactly what I was going to ask him about, that there would be really nothing to preclude Flagler Point or the property to the south of coming in front of this body and requesting something similar. In fact, that may happen whether or not they request it, depending on how things go in the future. That could potentially increase the value of Flagler Point, and I think it's significant. For me, this is about what's reasonable and what makes sense in light of our vision for the area and what's best for the city as a whole. And for that reason, I will be supporting the ordinance this evening.
Thank you. President Warren?
Thank you. I'd like to say that I, too, support equity, and I believe that equity is important in the decision that we make this evening. Zoning changes are always so emotional, and there's with just cause. And it's very challenging to have people come out, because we just had a similar meeting to this 2 years ago, where we made the adjustment to allow higher heights just to the north of the temple. I'd just like to hear from staff, in conclusion, what was our logic behind going from 195 to 202 2 years ago, and then the support to approve going from 202 to 306 today?
So back in 2021, we did look at the area, and to accommodate the height changes at the time, we felt that the smooth transition from the highest in the center to the lower towards the end of the district made sense to us. We realize now that with the amount of redevelopment activity happening around within SEMA, that, you know, we need to evaluate the rezoning again to, you know, yeah, to, you know, address, you know, the character of the area and how that's changing right now as opposed to, yeah.
So to get it right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So really and truly, we recognize that there have been changes in the community since that time, and at this time, it's appropriate that we make this change.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, Commissioner Lambert?
Thank you, and I was going to address that as well. Thank you for your question, President Warren. I think that what was discussed at those meetings 2 years ago, and I appreciate others bringing this up as well, was that we wanted to include include this temple in these plans and in the zoning. At the time, I specifically remember many of us on this dais asking about it and being told by staff that it could be included and we could look at it at a later time, but that we certainly understand there has to be a start and a beginning to all the projects that we work on. And unfortunately, this one started and ended north of the temple. And so I really do appreciate the opportunity for this commission to adjudicate on this and to come to a decision on what we would like to see today. Something else that we talked a lot about today was social action, and I am extremely appreciative of the century of work that this body, this congregation has provided. It's been wonderful to celebrate Martin Luther King Day with you all, to celebrate Holy Holidays, and to see the work that you do with Cross Ministries and others in the community, so thank you for that. But I will tell you the reason why I'm supporting this today truly has to do with the vision and the premise behind CMUD, and that is to spur growth and redevelopment activity within the district. And when we started rediscussing CMUD. We had, again, a plethora of people coming out and saying, this is what we want in this community. And so it is my pleasure to support this rezoning moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Fox?
Thank you so much. When someone came up and said that many of us might be sitting here thinking and wishing that we would have done this 2 years ago, I know I was one of the people that I think at the time on the stage, I said, why can't we just consider this tonight and include the zoning in the SEMA changes that we were doing 2 years ago instead of coming back to another night like tonight when we're kind of rehashing the same questions. But as a body, I know that the city attorney told us we are to make this decision based on the standards. And I think tonight the only one I heard from one of the residents talk about the property values diminishing because of the possible dirt and debris and construction and dust and the loss of views. And, you know, to be honest, that is going to happen no matter whether or not it's a 200-foot building or a 300-foot building. And I would tell you from personal experience, I live in the square. I live in a 3-story townhouse, and I look outside at what used to be Macy's and is now a building going up before my eyes, and right behind me is Publix. And I can assure you my property values have gone up at least 5 times what I paid for them. And so I look at the standards that we're being asked to review and make this decision, and I believe that the applicant is well within any of these standards that we're looking at to make this decision tonight. So I thank everybody that came out tonight. I know it's really a personal, if you live next door to this, it's very personal to you. And so I appreciate that as someone who is living downtown and living in the midst of construction. I completely understand where you're coming from, but we are also asked tonight to just make these decisions based on the standards we're given. And so I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Any other, Commissioner Ward?
Thank you. One thing that I want to request from you, Mr. Mayor, the administration, is that given, I've had conversations with the Flagler Point residents, and Fran, originally when I met with them, did mention environmental concerns, and I actually brought that discussion when we had a biologist with one of our other applicants on staff and kind of made the point to talk to her about that. And, it is just one discussion, but funnily enough, she's the one who did the shadow study for Miami-Dade and said, that it doesn't actually impact the environment negatively. And that's only one conversation with one biologist. But I would hope that given that we are doing this and there are more requests for this, that I think it's incumbent upon us to try to encourage as much as possible, making sure our environment stays healthy and prosperous, because that's a lot of why people live here. And so I would hope that throughout this process, maybe we could hire a biologist and do a study to make sure that our developments can chip in on help on some of these environmental impacts, if there are environmental impacts in the area. I know that everybody is usually in favor of that. We want clean water. I would love to be able to jump in that water and not worry about what's in it. Not the animals, but the trash that's in it right now. And I want to jump over to one other thing that's been mentioned a couple times, which is vision. I live in that area. I bike past that area. I drive by that area. And I see the vision for the future. I see an area that attracts everybody. I see an area that has the best schools, and not the schools that people want to avoid, but the public schools that people want to go to and attend. I see early education that offers the best early education for all of its residents. I don't want to see news stories that talk about where our homeless are going to go when we make a park that is going to be one of the best parks that this community has deserved for a very long time. I'm happy that we get to have this discussion about my area, because for the longest time, nobody's been wanting to develop in it. No one wants to put their money in that area. And while I know it's hard to digest having a change, I think given everything that we've learned, we do have sufficient evidence to be in favor of it. And so I'd like to make a motion, Mayor.
Yes, absolutely.
I move that we approve ordinance number 5061-23, changing the zoning designation of the 1.828 acre property generally located at the southwest corner of Pine Street and North Flagler Drive at 1901 North Flagler Drive from Curry Mixed Use District Core 2 Sub District to Curry Mixed Use District, Core 1 Subdistrict. This motion is based upon the application submitted, the staff report, factual testimony, the recommendation of the planning board, and the findings that the request complies with the comprehensive plan and the standards in section 92-32 of the city's zoning and land development regulations.
And it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5061-23, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending the zoning map of the City of West Palm Beach by rezoning approximately 1.828 acres at 1901 North Flagler Drive, generally located at the southwest corner of Pine Street and North Flagler Drive, from Curry Mixed Use District, Core 2 Subdistrict, to Curry Mixed Use District, Core 1 Subdistrict, declaring this zoning map amendment to be consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, providing a conflicts clause, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign. Hearing no opposition, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. All right, we'll give folks a few minutes to leave. Please try to depart as quietly as you can. I haven't seen this before. We have general comments. If it's on a specific project, yeah, I get that. General comments? Yeah, this is just general comments. Okay, it's now time for general comments from the public. We have a number of cards. I'm going to read out the names, and like before, we'll read out 6 names and go from there. All right, Sasha Orenstein, Fiona Rawls, Lisa Melton, Cindy Phillips, and Nicholas Kubides. Sasha Orenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Sasha Orenstein.
All right, can we, hold on just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Can we get him out, please? And close that door. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, my name is Sasha Orenstein. It's good to see you again. Last time I was here, I spoke about the Commission's decision to ban public food shares, and I'd like to follow up on that. For those in the gallery who haven't been following, this Commission in March voted on an ordinance to ban public food shares in public spaces. Those of us who work in this sphere, who deal with, who are engaged in these public food shares, saw this as an attempt to clamp down on community food sharing. And what we found is that this is a pretty clear-cut means of trying to eliminate public food shares altogether. I appreciated hearing the responses from Commissioner Peduzzi, Commissioner Fox, Mayor James on the fact that many of our members are being cited by police and are being fined. I was a bit disturbed to hear the continued addressing of the problem is the idea that the presence of homeless people in the parks presents a nuisance to those who want to enjoy the park, right? That the idea that the general public is prohibited from enjoying the park because of the presence of homeless people. I would again like to ask that we don't frame these people as a nuisance. These are human beings who deserve to use public space like the rest of us. Their presence in the park does not preclude the general citizenry's enjoyment of the park either. And Mayor James, when you said that our members are not being cited for sharing food, we are being cited for violating a city ordinance. Come on, that's a city ordinance prohibiting food shares. The level of abstraction I don't think is necessary to understand why this is directly impacting food shares and why this is seeming to target food shares. And lastly, I'd like to remind the Commission that the permit, as it is stated in the ordinance, for most community organizations is unattainable. It limits public food shares to 2 events per year. For an organization like ours that has been doing this for 16 years in the park every week, this means the death of our service. The bar is very low, ladies and gentlemen. We are asking you not to make a great effort. We're asking to go back to the way it was a few months ago. The bar is not low, the bar is on the floor. Please do the right thing, repeal the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona Rawls.
Hello. I watched your insurance meeting on TV. I came up with a plan.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Fiona Rawls. I live in Northwood. And this is a real rough framework here, but it might be good here. So this is about retaining earned property value gains through asset conversion, converting 80% of the property value into a bond in the name of climate change affected areas. So instead of a cash rebate that would liquidate wealth from our community, we do it in the form of a bond for the remaining life of the structure, since this is a climate change area. That way we can lower the property value to please the insurance companies while not losing any equity attached to property ownership or denying the community the future or appreciated gains. And so what we would do is just go back to a starting point of 10 years prior, pull all the equity value out of the property, convert it to a bond, while simultaneously freezing the value of that portion of the real estate market. Understanding that new properties can't be built in the area unless they comply with the new building code. So the people will get the earned wealth while owning the property, and it will mature while the insurance companies will be able to cap payouts at a 20% payer rate. The property can no longer be sold due to an uninsurable building code and must be forfeited back to the city, while the owner retains 80% of the bond value. So, I think that's a good idea. The second part of that, obviously the building code, the insurance companies aren't going to keep paying to fix the same problems over and over. So this will lead to the modernization of just the buildings and the homes here in the area. And then we just say the lots can only be improved under the new building code that will be created for compliance with the insurance companies. So that's that. But what I want to say is these people that are about to come up here and tell you about this, about feeding the homeless, like at any point they could get a permit. Now, I'm all about breaking the rules, but this is pretty simple, right? There's so many areas in downtown West Palm Beach where feeding events could be done. This does not need to be done right on our main popular street, the place where we bring in all of our tourism through the Bright Line. Like, this is an unreasonable request, and I support this city in ticketing these protesters for not wanting to follow the basic rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Melton. Lisa Melton, she here? All right, Cindy Phillips.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Phillips. I live in West Palm Beach, in Wellington, Florida. I'm a member of Food Not Bombs, and I'm here to support the houseless community as well as Food Not Bombs' constitutional right of freedom of speech. I've been sharing food in West Palm Beach and Lake Worth for several years. Attendance at these food sharings is continually growing. This tells me that whether the city, county, or state may be doing the right thing to solve homelessness, well, it's not working. Or maybe it's just taking time. So why in the world would you just try to stop a nonviolent group that believes in peaceful protest from providing free food to hungry people in your city? And by the way, Mayor, exactly who are the regular people? Only homeowners, employed people, folks with health insurance? Am I not a regular person because I have an artificial knee? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicholas Kubides.
Yes, that's right. All right, guys, thank you again for having me here. But I'm here to call you out on shame. Commissioner Ward, you went to law school. You know this is a First Amendment free speech issue. Get off your phone and pay attention. Commissioner Lambert at the Education Foundation, is this what you teach the children? You go homeless, don't let the people that are there trying to serve you, don't eat anything they take, or that person's going to go to jail. Miss Warren, as a mother, is this what you expect? These are the values that you're going to stand by? Mayor James, I got something for you. But Miss Fox, this vendetta with the homeless people. I know they live here. I know you represent this district. But come on, they're human beings. If you don't have a solution, don't criminalize the people that are trying to help. Commissioner Peduzzi, I thought for a little bit you were an ally, because when we were working against the panhandling ban y'all tried to pass, which cost this city taxpayers over $70,000, $30,000 for the special legal consultant you hired, and $40,000 in legal fees because we told you that was a First Amendment free speech violation. You passed it anyways, and you lost the damages. You came around for a second. You said, you know what? If we're going to pass anti-homeless measures, maybe we should talk to people like the Lord's Place first. Maybe we should talk to them. Maybe they should be consulted on the laws that we're passing that are going to criminalize directly their actions. But here we are again. And Miss Rothenberg, you studied this for a living. You advised the city faulty on a $40,000 case that you lost, Williams et al. Versus West Palm Beach. You know what you're doing. You guys all know what you're doing. And Mayor James, what is your goal here? Well, you campaign on eliminating the homeless problem, and the only way you do that to the side, just right before you get turned out, just let them all die. You close off the park where we do our shares. You stop it so they can't panhandle. You make it so it's illegal to rest anywhere, in your car, on a bench. You criminalize the people that do the food shares. Oh, I'll give it to you. That's smart. That was smart. You're doing all the things to hurt the people that are trying to help. That way, conveniently, your little problem goes under the rug, and I don't know what you get from this. I don't know, you trying to be the next DeSantis or something? I don't know what you're doing, but these are your words. We cause excess litter. You never proved it. Foodborne illness, absolute lie. We're protecting the city's aesthetic beauty. That was a resolution you guys voted on to ban panhandling. You wrote in there, protect the city's aesthetic beauty. These are people's lives. People's lives. They're dying on the streets, and you're sending me tickets and trying to send me to jail for sharing food with them. Yeah, I hope you think about that. I really, really hope you think about that.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Your time is up.
Not over.
All right, I'm going to read out 6 more names. Kerry Teagarden, Will Larkins, Sandy Makovich, Jeff Weinberger, Rafael Clemente. Kerry Teagarden.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Carrie Teagarden. I am coming here not as a West Palm Beach resident, moving here recently to go to FAU, and only recently knowing about Food Not Bombs, only recently knowing about having experience in this city, visiting here many times. Why is the aesthetic beauty of the city more important than the people that are living in your streets? Why is, the park that we have to protect for the housed people, for the taxpayers, so they can stroll through the streets and feel safe? The homeless people are not offering you danger. They're trying to live just as much as the rest of us are in this city. This city is very wealthy, and the homeless people are going to be in any city. They're going to be in any state. But what we're asking is here, with the people that are here, the individual lives that are here in your city, and you're turning away a basic thing of food once a week. 16 years that Food Not Bombs has been here in your city, in your community, and suddenly citations, suddenly facing, 60 days in jail for feeding these people that are a part of your community just as much as you all are, just as much as every person who's gotten up here and talked about various other issues facing the city throughout tonight. We waited here, the five of us, being as Food Not Bombs, the five of us have waited here through hours of this. Not that anything else is less important. All this is important for your city. But we waited here to speak to you about something that matters to these individual lives, to these individual people, to the individual lives of the people who've been behind Food Not Bombs in every city, in every county for a long time. This is their lives as well. And suddenly they're facing jail time. Suddenly they're facing citations. Suddenly we have to follow ordinances that shouldn't even be there in the first place. Whoever was up here before saying that, okay, why don't we do it in the right places and not in the city's most public park or whatever. The city's most public park is where those people are. That is the accessible place. That is as much as a community space to those homeless people as much as it is to the fellow other park goers. We deserve food just as much as everyone deserves food. It is not a matter of your social status. It is eating. It is being alive in your city. And you are turning them away with rules and ordinances to the people who are housed, who are providing for people, who have compassion for these people who don't. It could be any one of us on the streets. We could all be looking for a meal. If something changed in all of your lives, if something happened, it could very much be another one of us in their shoes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will Larkins.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, and hi, thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Fox, I like your necklace. My name is Will Larkins. I'm an 18-year-old student at Florida Atlantic University. During my time in high school, I spent years volunteering at the Coalition of the Homeless of Central Florida, and also I was the president of my school's Queer Student Union. So I encountered homeless people really frequently. There was a lot of students in my club, 16, 17 years old, who got kicked out of their homes for being gay or trans, who relied on food shares such as this back in Orlando. If you're not gonna have a solution to the problem of people not being able to access food, why are you stopping the people who do have a solution for it? These folks spend their own money, their own time, their own energy, spend their days making food, organizing this, going out, and then feeding people who don't know where their next meal is coming from. These people are just like us. There were so many students in my club who were just like me, just another kid, and then because they were outed to their parents or came out, they were kicked out and they started living on the streets and didn't know where their next meal is coming from. It can happen to you any moment. So many of our veterans who fought for this country's freedom, fought for our constitutional right to gather, are being negatively affected by the decisions that all of y'all are making right now. I know so many people who rely on networks like this. They're not hurting anyone. I honestly just can't understand it. I think there are better things to do with your position of power than to stop people from being fed. The only people that you are protecting are those at the top of giant corporations who benefit from people being homeless, who benefit from this kind of oppression. But the people that you're harming are just like me, and just like you, and just like the folks in this audience. So please revisit this and overturn it, and or if you don't want to do that, come up with a solution and feed them yourselves. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Sandy Makovich.
Sandy Makovich, West Palm Beach, Florida. August 26th, I was arrested along with 4 members of FNB the group that feeds the hungry. September 7th, I requested a public records request from the city for the police report. September 10th, 3 days later, I received the public records request. I read it. September 11th, request the second PRR. The report states, I made contact and received the sworn statement from the original caller, Jessica Kelly, an event coordinator. Please supply me with Ms. Kelly's sworn statement. Another quote from the police report. I contacted West Palm Beach STIC in order to review city cameras, and detective, can't pronounce his name, located the subjects on scene for more than an hour serving food in the city-owned property. This video was submitted to evidence. My request, please provide me with a copy of the video that was submitted as evidence. Part of the report, Kelly then asked for the food not bombs table and food items to be removed from the area. When Matkovich became aggressive and confrontational toward Kelly, Kelly walked away and contacted the West Palm Beach Police Department. It should be noted that Matkovich was very argumentative and did not want to provide identification to police, and at one point giving an alias of Sandy. I am not a member of FNB, but 101% I admire what they do, and I will stand with them 7 days a week, 365 days a year, where you people have failed. The poorest people in West Palm Beach, but then again, they can't send you thousands of dollars for your new campaign, can they? We'll pay for illegal aliens in this country, and we'll let homeless veterans walk the streets with missing legs and arms. Don't feed them, you'll go to jail for 60 days. Shame, 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 shame on every one of you.
Thank you very much. Jeff Weinberger. All right. Rafael Clemente.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Rafael Clemente, Executive Director of the Downtown Development Authority, and I am here to offer a different perspective. Like all of you, I speak to members of the community frequently about the challenges that they face day in and day out. And while I think every one of us in this room appreciates compassion and consideration of those in need, the challenges being faced by your community, by your stakeholders, your taxpayers, your voters, your residents, your business people, in relation to homelessness and mental health is a real one. And in the recent months, the challenge has become bigger and more pronounced than ever. And I applaud the city's efforts, from your police department right on down to the homeless outreach team, every day allocating resources and time and in a caring way to help deal with this problem. It is important, it is a major challenge, and it's facing not just our city, it's facing cities across the country. I encourage you on behalf of the downtown community to continue to enforce laws, including the prohibition on feeding. If that was the way to go, then all the organizations like the Lord's Place, the Homeless Coalition, that's the way they would be approaching the problem, but that is not the way they approach the problem. They are trying to provide services and help people get out of homelessness. Concentrating this issue in one place over and over again exacerbates the problem. Look at your police data, talk to your stakeholders, and these are not corporate titans. These are men and women that are trying to make a living, trying to have a life in their neighborhood, and these are real problems that they're being confronted by. So I support you, I encourage you, and so does the community that you serve. Thank you very much.
Daniel Terrence Schneiderman.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Tarrant. I grew up in Gardens, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Food Not Bombs tonight. I wanted to say, to amend what my comrades were saying, that it's not as much of a moral issue as a human rights issue and a priorities issue on your part, that the people have a protected right to use food as a form of expression, and that's what we've been doing since the 70s. Our group, not in particular our group, but the Global Food Not Bombs Network, has been affirmed prior to the ordinance that our rights are protected in our abilities, our activity is protected under the Constitution, and you can't hold us to the standard that a big, huge group is a business. We're not a business. We're not a nonprofit. We're just a non-government organization, and we have a very good reason for what we do, and it's to protect the rights of those who are displaced or disaffected, and the rights of people like us, ourselves. And we think on we want to put it on like a global perspective. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Jay Marcus, Nativia Jackson, Nadia McKay, and Javier Barbane. Joe or Jay Marcus? Are you Jay Marcus? No, I'm not here. Is Joe Marcus here? All right, Nativia Jackson? All right, Nadia McKay?
Hi, Mayor, and hello. Well, good night, Commissioners. I'm coming on behalf of...
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Nadia McKay. I'm coming on behalf of the residents of 2100 North Australian Avenue. I came down here tonight to go over some concerns that I have in my community. A couple of them would be violence, lack of security in my neighborhood, also issues in our property like mold, window leaks, just poor keep up with the building. I have made my complaint to management at AMC LLC at Lake Magonia Apartments. I have reached out to the Mayor Commission's office, everyone I've emailed. I have been on the news to state my concerns with the mold. They brought out people to do testing for mold in our community. I was denied the mold inspector report from our management, so I was forced to go and hire a mold inspector myself, and my apartment and in my unit, it tested positive for black mold. Me and my children, I have 3 children, we were forced to leave the premises because the mold report said that we could not live, it was inhabitable because the level of toxins that's in our apartment, and I have started a petition. It is 150 units out there. It is 56 people that signed a petition that are going through the same thing, but they are unable to afford an inspector. Management purposely withheld that information from me, and it was dangerous for me and my children to be in the unit 3 months prior to me. After they did their testing, I was in that unit 3 months after they had the testing done and withheld that information from me and my children. I went and got the testing done, and it tested positive. It's a lot of other residents out there that are suffering from fear of their life for the violence. I have went to the police station in the meeting to voice my concerns with the chief. I just want to go as far as I can to get my story out there for the residents, for the people at 2100 that is going through the same thing as I am with my children. I'm asking that you help our community. We're part of Palm Beach community as well. West Palm Beach community, we're going through fear for our life for violence, being exposed to toxins in our hallways and in the units with mold. And management is not really doing what I feel like they should be doing to help us as a community. So I'm just voicing this tonight to everyone. Could you consider looking into that for me in our community? Please and thank you.
All right, thank you. Armando, can you talk to her, see if you get the information? Seems like this would be a code violation, if nothing else, all right, talk to the gentleman there. Get your information. We'll see if we get code out there to inspect that. Okay, your time is up. Just go talk to him. Okay. All right, Javier Barbano.
Good evening. My name is Javier Barbano, and I am here as a member of Food Not Bombs, along with other members and friends, to stand in opposition to the unethical, undemocratic, and unconstitutional ordinance against food sharing that you've used to attack our members, to enforce upon us as we protect basically the people who have been failed by the services of this county. This ordinance, cruel in its intention and despotic in its enforcement, has not helped anyone. It puts a Band-Aids on issues. It sweeps this issue of homelessness under a rug, and it doesn't. And all it serves is to put on a brighter face seemingly brighter face, that while doing absolutely nothing. It's making things seem. It's making the city seem supposedly cleaner by throwing people who are already at their lowest under worse conditions. This is an ordinance that is appallingly similar to a similar one that was done in Fort Lauderdale, which was also used to attack the Food Not Bombs group in Fort Lauderdale, which was ruled unconstitutional on account of the First Amendment, since Food Not Bombs is a political organization that uses food sharing as a message to spread its message of sharing food against arms spending, because this is a state, this is a county that focuses on all these other things, all these other violent aspects, all these changes to society or implementation of violent changes abroad, instead of putting any decent amount of money to fix its own internal issues. This was fought in the courts in Fort Lauderdale, and it seems that since you have cited our members, it will be fought in the courts here in West Palm unless you choose to overturn the ordinance. The fact that you followed an ordinance so similarly to the one in Fort Lauderdale, but expected us to be any different, to just stand down instead of actually fighting back, honestly shows that you think lesser of the citizens of West Palm Beach. I take the time to ask the remaining commissioners and Mayor Keith James to reflect on what they're doing, to think about how this is not a solution. This isn't helpful in the short term. This isn't helpful in the long term. Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Lambert, President Commissioner Warren, Mayor James, Commissioner Fox, Commissioner Peduzzi, Administrator Johnson, City Attorney Rothenberg, City Clerk Edwards. I hope you all consider this, and either you turn down the ordinance or we fight for it in the streets. We're fighting for it here, and we will continue to fight it in court when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that is all the public comment we have, and we will now turn to comments from the dais. So we'll start with you, President Warren.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd like to thank everyone that came out to speak today. There was a lot of information that was shared, a lot of emotion that was shared, and it's 9:30 in the evening or 9:30 at night, so thank you so much for caring enough to come out and speak with us today. I'd like to acknowledge our Hispanic Heritage honorees again, because they continue to make a significant contribution to our community. And I know all of them, and I'm very, very proud of each and every one of them and everything that they do. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Lambert. Thank you, Commissioner Lambert, for bringing together the commissioners for solidarity and a day of remembrance for 9/11, and inviting us to participate and walk together the 110-story climb to stand with and honor the heart, soul, and life sacrifice and commitment of our first responders. And if anybody is like me and drinks a lot of energy drinks and then takes a challenge like that, I hope you have a Chief Maddie that's there with you to help you get through a challenging time, because it was tough, but we did it. Looking forward to hosting the Palm Beach County League of Cities. West Palm Beach is hosting that, and we are welcoming the elected officials and many community leaders throughout Palm Beach County on September 27th. Thank you, Madam Administrator and staff. Thank you, Raphael and the DDA staff, for your commitment to ensure that everyone comes to West Palm Beach and sees all of the wonderful things that the city has to offer. I'm looking forward to attending the 48th Annual Business Impact Award, where our mayor is nominated for as a business leader, and the city of West Palm Beach is being recognized for the innovation that we have experienced as it relates to impacting businesses in a positive way. That will be Friday in Broward. So Broward County also recognizes some of the significant contributions and actions that have been taken by this body. And it also reminds me of going to the League of Cities and having the president of the National League of Cities recognizing efforts by West Palm Beach and the innovation and vision that we have. I had the opportunity to attend a ribbon cutting this morning for the Meal Mobile engine, and that Meal Mobile is started by the Lord's Place, and it was supported by GL Homes. And the mobile command post will provide hot meals and engagement services to those who are unhoused and living on the street. We're encouraged to support this initiative. The mobile meal engine is traveling all throughout Palm Beach County, going from city to city and location to location, and they have the opportunity to triage and counsel the unhoused and provide them with services. We recognize that local government alone is not equipped and cannot solve food inequity alone. And thank you to those like GL Homes for their support of the Lord's Place and their work, and the organized way in which the Lord's Place, and the thoughtful way that the Lord's Place is going out to have a positive impact and affect this issue. I'd like to also acknowledge the Palm Beach County Dining Out for Life. And Dining Out for Life is a national annual fundraising event hosted by Compass Community Center, involving generous participation of restaurants across Palm Beach County. This initiative was started in 1991, and Compass is participating for the first time this year. So you can go to compasslgbtq.com and see the restaurants that are participating and ways that you would be able to donate in order to support this initiative. Spotlight on Hispanic-owned businesses. The Box Art Gallery curator, Rolando Chang Barrero, who is acknowledged this evening, has an art gallery located in the heart of West Palm Beach's cultural corridor at 809 Belvedere Road in West Palm Beach. Their mission is to provide opportunities to artists and patrons of the arts by providing the needed resources, spaces, and programs for the development of the arts and its appreciation. Anna's Killer Empanadas, owners John and Anna Bryce, a new restaurant coming soon along the Dixie Corridor, slated to open in late September, that will feature dozens of flaky, buttery pastries. Their empanadas will consist of some special ones like curry coconut, buffalo chicken, meatball parmesan, and a southern brisket. And I also encourage you to support the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Palm Beach County. The Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Palm Beach County is the gateway to connecting and growing businesses to the Hispanic community. The Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Palm Beach County was started 22 years ago, and its purpose was to provide a path of education, assistance, and mentoring to the Hispanic business community in Palm Beach County. So please make sure that you're going out and supporting all of our local Hispanic-owned businesses and Hispanic-owned organizations, not just during Hispanic Heritage Month, but every month and every day as often as you can. And with that, that concludes my commission comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mayor.
We're not taking comments from the public. And if you keep speaking up, take him out. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Ward.
So thank you for coming and thank you for speaking. Welcome to Palm Beach County for the two that were new. To the organizers of Food Not Bombs, I've never gotten an invitation to actually have a conversation. If you want to reach out, have a Zoom meeting, talk about your organization, talk about your potential solutions to the problem, feel free to reach out. I will be respectful during that conversation, just let you know that. I think that it's important to have conversations. I think it's important to make sure that we're not missing anything and don't have any gaps. I think the last time it was talked about that there weren't other alternatives, and that was one of the specific conversations that I had before we even had a discussion about this, was what are our alternatives? There's a lot of people doing a lot of good in the city and are following our guidelines and following our rules. And I'm not having a back and forth conversation with you right now. I'm not gonna do it. You wanna set up a meeting? Please set up a meeting with me and I'm happy to do that. But it's not like we're saying no services for any homeless person in this area. Administration's already repeatedly said they hired 10 people just to address this. We're always looking for more. We had a roundtable about mental health issues in this area that the mayor brought in people from all over the place that had deep knowledge and understanding about this, because it's not just one targeted issue. Homelessness is a vast, vast issue that encompasses a lot of different organizations, operations, understanding. And so I think it's unfair to come at us and say we're doing one thing and it's completely ruining the lives of these homelessness people. You know what's ruining their lives? They don't have a home, they don't have medical care. There's a lot of things that are ruining their lives. We're also looking at those other services to make sure, just like Commissioner Warren just said about the mobile unit in Lord's Place, and focusing on those organizations to make sure they thrive. I'm repeating myself from what I said the first time, but I just feel that there's new faces in here and I want them to continue to participate, but I think you need to know all the facts as well when you participate. With that being said, there is a BMUD community meeting the CRA is hosting at the Manatee Lagoon on Wednesday, September 20th from 6 to 8. Falling for Northwood Village on Saturday, October 21st. All are welcome to Northwood Village for a day of exploration celebration for the upcoming fall season. Garden Days starting this week. There are new garden days and times for Coleman Park and Pleasant City Community Centers. And I want to again thank the nominees for the Hispanic Heritage Month for coming out, and thank you for all the work that you do. And then finally, Mayor, to the person who talked about the development on Australian and the problems that they're having, just so you know, at the Chiefs meeting, we did confirm with our code that they are looking into it. I've contacted Legal Aid Society and put her in contact with one person there who's working on a different development that has the same issue. And I'm hoping that'll come to some sort of fruition. I know that if there are any other private attorneys pro bono, they've got damages, and I've been on the lookout for someone who will actually take that case on to help her in particular recover the damages from having to get her own study and all of the medical issues that her children have had to endure, because it's a serious issue, and Honestly, I think everybody in that room last Wednesday night was heartbroken for all of those residents in that area. And I don't know what else to do. I contacted the Palm Beach County Housing Authority. I haven't heard back from them yet, but it was end of the week and it's the beginning of the week now. But we can't allow these type of property owners to operate in our area and get certificates from HUD and reap the benefits of it while these people suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for all that you're doing in that regard, and we agree with you. Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to let everyone know that the proposal submissions are now being accepted until December 14th for our remaining 2 Styx Promenade properties. So if you are a small business or know of one that might want to locate to the historic Northwest, we would love to have you submit a proposal. You can email the CRA at cra@wpb.org or call them at 561-822-1550 for more information and applications. Later this week, the Downtown Neighborhood Association will be hosting a panel discussion titled Building Solutions for Downtown Homelessness. This panel will consist of city staff from our Housing and Community Development team, as well as law enforcement and community leaders, and many downtown residents. I know that we often hear from the nonprofits that come here, and there's not as many downtown residents that come to public comment, but I can assure you, they're filling up my email, they call me. There's no topic that I spend more time talking about than the homeless issue downtown, and predominantly talking to the businesses that are impacted and the residents that are living there. And so while I know that the nonprofits that are coming here, I have no doubt that you have good intentions, but what I haven't heard from anyone that has been coming to talk about the 1 meal a week that they're not allowed to provide, I've never heard anyone say, oh, I instead offered to pick up the homeless and take them to your homes or to take them somewhere else to a different city in order to feed them. I haven't heard you invite them to your guest rooms. I haven't heard you offer any other comprehensive plans. And while I do know that you have the best wishes at heart, 1 meal a week is not really a humane way to think that this is a comprehensive approach to our homeless situation. What we're looking for in the city is to try to find housing, to try to find services, to try and find jobs and meals. And so I appreciate all that you're doing and coming to us to talk about the things that you think that we're not doing. But I can assure you, there is no topic that I spend more time talking about, thinking about, worrying about than this topic. And I would love to talk to you as well. I would love to meet with you. I would love for you to come to us with more comprehensive approaches that you might be willing to work with us on. But until that time, I feel like we have to do what we're doing now, and hoping that we're also providing a comprehensive service and keeping the quality of life for those residents that are living downtown and trying to be safe, and businesses that are trying to operate and stay open. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Peduzzi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for their thoughtful comments. I would like to take a couple of minutes this evening to add to my comments from our last commission meeting. During that meeting, I suggested that the city of West Palm Beach was on the forefront of helping the homeless population and others who find themselves on our streets. I suggested that the city of West Palm Beach does more for this population than all of the other municipalities combined. I called upon the county and our fellow municipalities to share in the expense and logistics of this endeavor. It is simply not fair for the city of West Palm Beach to bear the brunt of the costs of addressing homelessness when homelessness is a county-wide problem. Tonight, I'd like to add that the city of West Palm Beach has an obligation to take steps necessary to protect the health and welfare of all of our residents, including our homeless residents and people who find themselves on our streets. This is necessary in my mind because some of our individuals and groups engaging in feeding activities are admittedly not engaging in charitable works, but social activism. Unfortunately, social activism often includes anti-government and anti-law enforcement rhetoric and acts of civil disobedience. The legitimate charities and religious organizations are presumably doing what they do for altruistic purposes alone. Now, this in and of itself is not necessarily wrong, and it certainly shouldn't be used to prohibit such activity. But what I do have a problem with is engaging in activity that could cause harm to our residents, including feeding events that are often conducted with little or no regulation or oversight. Food is often questionably sourced and is not prepared in certified commercial kitchens. This is not the case with legitimate charitable organizations and religious institutions who take the steps necessary to ensure food safety, preparation, and compliance with our ordinances and with health codes. In fact, one of the groups that has been active here and that has been mentioned many times, and I'm not going to say the name, has admitted to sourcing food from dumpsters. It may not be a regular occurrence, but they admit that it has happened. It's right on their website. So yes, we certainly need to do more as a community to address this problem, but it also has to be done while maintaining the health and safety of our residents, including our homeless residents. The city has enacted ordinances to address some of these issues. They may not be perfect, but they're a good start. I'm confident that we will continue to address these issues in a thoughtful and compassionate manner. Thank you.
Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you. I won't reiterate all of the great things that my colleagues have said here, but I will say thank you for the compassion that those of you have who do want to serve our homeless population. And I do encourage you to reach out to the administration. I know that we've offered in the past to meet, to share what we're doing so that we can find a way to work together. Mayor, Commissioners, I want to thank you for honoring Hispanic Heritage Month. It was awesome to see us recognize all of the individuals and to celebrate everything that they do. I want to tell you that I live in Hispanic Heritage Month every single day of the year in the south end of our city. It's really beautiful, and if you haven't seen it yet, I would encourage you to visit 4400 Parker Avenue. A few years ago, we did a beautiful mural, a piece of public art that celebrates the Cuban heritage, has a beautiful young girl with the Cuban flag sash on one of our water towers. And I think that we've done a great job over the past few years since I've been on this commission with your help of recognizing Hispanic heritage within our community. I think there's still some work that could be done, and I have a meeting with some of our Hispanic leaders later this week as they do not shy away from voicing what their concerns are in our city. And so I thank you, Mayor and Administrator, and my colleagues for helping to address those disparities together. I wanted to recognize Bel Air Historic District in District 5. They were designated a historic district in 1993, but with the help and leadership of a resident, John Turgeon, residents of the neighborhood, city staff, and fellow philanthropists, they were able to raise enough money to get a historic sign designating the historic district. Just a little bit about the district. It was partly consisting of a pineapple farm in this area. Much of the neighborhood was originally built between 1925 and 1935 by tradesmen and real estate salesmen who helped establish the city of West Palm Beach as we know it today. The new sign was unveiled on September 9th and is located on South Flagler Drive at the end of Plymouth Road. And I just want to thank those individuals who participated in that. And then finally, as Commissioner Warren mentioned, we did do the 110-story climb with our firefighters. I want to thank them for everything that they do day in and day out, but for welcoming us to be a part of that historic climb. It was interesting because it's been 22 years since 9/11 happened, and climbing those stairs and sharing that with all of you brought back a lot of memories and a lot of emotions, and it's an honor to serve with all of you and to continue to fight to do good things in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. let me start off with addressing the homelessness issue. I find it interesting that a group of people would come here and try to shame us as elected officials because they feed somebody or want to feed somebody once a week. Let me share with you some data, okay? And you take this back to, and I hope your friends are watching. It's too bad that they left, but tell them to watch the tape. In the month of August alone, and I said that we have a homeless outreach team that works hard at trying to address this problem and meet the homeless where they are. But let me give you some data from the month of August. 14 chronically homeless were successfully housed or sheltered. 8 chronically homeless were reconnected to a loved one or family member through the city's Homeward Bound program. 18 homeless individuals received referrals and access to mental health and substance use services. Our homeless outreach team had 189 engagements with the homeless throughout the city parks, neighborhoods, and targeted locations. 20 informational engagements were conducted with local businesses and community groups, providing education and resources to those organizations. 14 requests for assistance were submitted and addressed through the city's online homeless activity reporter. Now, 26 individuals refused city services. We can't force services upon anyone, but we did have a success story just last month. There was an individual who had been battling chronic homelessness for years for over a decade. Due to mental health issues and physical disabilities, we were able to find them secured housing. There's a saying that we've all heard. You could give a man fish and he eats for a day. You teach a man to fish and they eat for a lifetime. So don't get up here and throw shame at me, my administration, and my commissioners because you violate an ordinance and somehow feel you are wronged because you can't feed people for a day. If anything, shame on you. I have, as the young folks say, the receipts. You come to me when you place chronically homeless people in homes. 14 just last month alone. You come to me when you reconnect chronically homeless people with their loved ones. 8 just last month. You come to me when you connect chronically homeless people with mental health and substance use services. Don't come to me because you fed them for a day and you felt good about it, then you went home to the comfort of your own home. And then you come here every other Monday and try to throw shame at me. It's not going to work. I know what we are doing as a city. Is it enough? No, but we are working hard every day, not just once a week. And if you think that feeding somebody once a week is curing the homelessness problem, that is ridiculous. All right, all we are doing, I'm not having a conversation with you. All we are doing is making sure, to the extent we can, that there's a balance. The ordinance does that. If you want to feed the homeless in the city's public spaces, you get a special events permit. Just like if you wanted to hold a concert or something like that. Now, if you think the statute is unconstitutional, take us to court, okay? Meanwhile, we will continue to do what we can each and every day to address this problem. And if you've got creative ideas on how we could do it better, how we can help more, by all means, we'll have that conversation. But don't come here and try to make me feel bad or my administration feel ashamed because you can't feed somebody once a damn week. And excuse my French, but that's how strongly I feel about that. Now, let's move on to something which I think is more productive. And by the way, every time you come here, I will have these receipts and I'll have this data and we can compare, okay? So I'm glad that we were able to acknowledge Hispanic Heritage Month. You all know that I talk about making West Palm Beach a community of opportunity for all, and it's events like this that, and it was so good to see so many from that community here tonight, but it's events like this that hopefully makes people feel that this is an inclusive community. And Commissioner, yes, if you're hearing that we can do more, we're certainly willing to engage in those conversations. But along those lines, I also want to take a moment to recognize that we are now in the Jewish high holidays with Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year taking place last weekend and culminating with Yom Kippur, which starts next Sunday night. It is a time of profound self-reflection, spiritual renewal, and prayer. This season's significance remains unwavering, reminding us of the enduring power of unity and hope. In our city, we proudly celebrate our diverse community, welcome everyone of all backgrounds, faiths, and religions. As we observe the Jewish high holidays, we renew our pledge to stand against hate and discrimination. Our city is a place where every resident is respected and valued, and we strive every day to make this great city of West Palm Beach a community of opportunity for all. As we embrace this season of renewal, let us draw inspiration from its timeless wisdom to create a brighter future together. On another note, Commissioners, hopefully you've received this information. I'm pleased to announce that we are hosting a series of community education and engagement outreach workshops between September 26th and October 5th. There will be one in each of your districts, which will enable our citizens and other community stakeholders to learn about, ask questions, and provide feedback related to the city's upcoming initiatives, programs, and policies. It'll be kind of an open meeting. People could come in and get information and go and hopefully share their opinions on certain initiatives and so it's not a program, but we really wanted to make it as accommodating people's schedules as possible. So the workshops will feature learning stations arranged strategically so that representatives from each city department are available to discuss their upcoming plans and goals, and to solicit feedback. For those in the listening audience, all of the outreach sessions will start at 6 p.m. and it will be on the following dates: September 26th in Gaines Park, 1501 North Australian Avenue; September 28th at the Park in West Palm, 7301 Georgia Avenue; October 3rd in the Arthritis Foundation Building, 400 Hibiscus Street; October 4th, the ballpark of the Palm Beaches, 5444 Haverhill Road; October 5th, Palm Beach Lakes High School, 3505 Shello Drive. Y'all have a good evening. In an effort to encourage residents and visitors to enjoy the vibrant downtown dining and social scene, and announced this the last time, the city is doing a special month-long parking rate promotion in the city's 5 parking garages. Mondays, September 11th. This will continue to Friday, October 6th. Reduced weekday evening parking rate of only $2 from 5 p.m. to midnight sharp. And ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long, long day, so that's all I have. God bless the great city of West Palm Beach. God bless each and every one of you in the audience listening to us. It is now almost 10 o'clock, and have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.